Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Commissioners, the first witness I call this morning has an order for a pseudonym applied.
Yes.
The witness will be referred to as Malloy.
Yes.
She has prepared a statement for the Commission, which we will read out in evidence today.
Yes, thank you.
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth.
So you have prepared a statement for the Royal Commission,
Yes,
and it's dated 3 October 2019, but signed on the 4th of October 2019.
that's correct.
For the transcript, it's WIT stop 0485 stop 0001 stop 0001. Do you have a copy of your statement in front of you?
I do.
And are its statements true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Do you wish to make any amendments to the statement? I tender the statement.
Yes, thank you. The statement of Malloy dated the 3rd of October 2019 will be exhibit 10-20.
Now, Malloy, in your own time, would you like to read your statement for the Commission, starting at paragraph 4?
I will.
Feel free to remain seated if you like, or you can stand
No,
if
I'd
you
rather
prefer.
stand, thanks.
Perfect.
I go by the name of Malloy and I'm currently 84 years old. For the past 2.5 years, I've been working in collaboration with an organisation called Alice's Garage to help build cultural safety in aged care facilities and the broader community. Alice's Garage was established in 2016 by Dr. Catherine Barrett. It's a social enterprise empowering LGBTI elders. Together, Dr. Barrett and I created a resource called the Rainbow Makers, Cultural Safety and Older LGBTIQ Australians, in which I draw on my experiences as a lesbian elder to highlight some of the issues that are faced by LGBTIQ elder community. This resource is attached to this statement. I was born in Middlesex, England in 1935 and lived in Oxford till 1948. I had a sister and 2 brothers. In 1948, I moved to Australia with my family. I first realised that I might be a lesbian when I was 12 years old. My family found out when my mother caught me with one of my girlfriends in my bedroom. My mother tried to beat us both up. My father started to call me insulting names, which continued for years. I did not have any support from my family whilst growing up. My siblings have never been able to cope with me being a lesbian, and by the time I was in my 30s, we lost contact with each other. I did not even know when my sister died. I'm now trying to re-establish relationships with my 2 brothers after 40 years. Around 1960, when I was approximately 25, I had a breakdown when a girlfriend left me. I had been working at the telephone exchange at the time, and as a result of my breakdown, I lost my job. One of my supervisors took pity on me and invited me to come and live with her. She was a devout Catholic woman and in many ways became a mother figure. She taught me about the church. She suggested that I go to a home for wayward teenagers, but I refused. She believed that I was mentally ill and suggested I see a psychiatrist, and I agreed. Under this psychiatrist, I was admitted to a psychiatric hospital as a voluntary inpatient I was told if ever I go back to being a practicing lesbian, God would not love me. I was an inpatient for 3 months at this hospital and then an outpatient for 6 years. My psychiatrist tried various types of conversion therapy on me, including electroconvulsive therapy and LSD treatment. For LSD treatment, I would have to stay overnight at the hospital weekly. Due to my treatment, I could not work anymore. I went on to what at that stage would have been the equivalent of a disability pension. Around the age of 26, I met a social worker called Marilyn, who was trying to pull me away from the conversion therapy and get me to accept myself. I finally got to the point where I was brave enough to tell my psychiatrist I didn't want to see him anymore. Marilyn recommended another psychiatrist whom had a completely different attitude. In the 1990s, I joined an LGBTIQ Catholic support group called Acceptance, which met monthly. This was a statewide support group for gay and lesbian Catholics and was run by a sympathetic priest in Adelaide, and it had the blessing of the then Archbishop Faulkner. My acceptance group was started by a now retired priest, Maurice Shinnick. It was a controversial move by him, given the attitude towards LGBTIQ people at the time. I was very grateful to have this support group. I met my partner Natalie in the 1990s through a gay and lesbian counselling service I was working at during that time. We were together for 22 years before Natalie passed away in 2014 at the age of 74. Natalie moved into a unit at the retirement village in 2006. I then moved into the unit next door to her in 2009. I continue to live in this same unit today. I remain a practicing Catholic woman, and I struggle with the attitude of the Church towards LGBTIQ people. I do not know a lot of gay and lesbian people in the Church because a lot of people either hide it or have left the Church. I've always been open about being a lesbian and have experienced a lot of discrimination from people in the Church because of this. I have in recent years found comfort and support through several people and organisations such as COTA SA, ECH, Befriend, Catalyst and Alice's Garage that are involved in supporting LGBTIQ elders. In 2016, I met Dr. Catherine Barrett of Alice's Garage, and she subsequently introduced me to Louise Herft, who was working at the time as an aged care advocate with the Age Rights Advocacy Service in Adelaide. At this time, I was feeling very upset and confused about the situation I had found myself in with management at the aged care facility where I volunteered. After my partner Natalie died, I started visiting residents at the residential facility, many of whom suffered from loneliness and isolation. After undertaking some voluntary training in mid-2017 that was arranged by the nurse manager at the facility, I continued visiting residents at the facility, sometimes up to 6 residents a day, 4 days a week. I really enjoy being a volunteer and continue to do so today. It is unfortunate, however, that my volunteering journey at this facility was made so unpleasant by the nurse manager, whose attitude and manner towards me was both humiliating and bullying. Things came to a head when I received a letter dated the 24th of October 2017. It stated that there had been a number of concerns from residents when you are visiting them. It has been reported that you're not always respecting their privacy and at times interfere with their health and well-being. When I read this letter, I was horrified. It didn't make any sense. I could not think of any times when I acted inappropriately. After reading the letter, I asked to talk with the nurse manager to understand what the problem was. The meeting with the nurse manager was very uncomfortable. When I arrived, she tried to close the door to her office. I asked for the door not to be closed as I felt intimidated. During this meeting, I asked her to explain what the complaints were and who were making them, and she said she was not allowed to disclose this information. She also said that I was not allowed to talk about my sexuality with the residents. I replied, "That's against the law." And she went on to tell me that I could visit one male resident because he liked me. She then backflipped and said that I was to meet with the activity coordinator, who would allocate 2 or 3 people that I could visit. I was devastated to be told that I was no longer allowed to visit all my usual residents and to hear that they'd been complaining about me. After the meeting, I went home very upset. I felt that excuse me. After reading the letter, I asked to talk to the nurse manager to understand what the problem was. I think I've read that.
Malloy, you're at the start of paragraph 23.
20, that's right. Shouldn't have had the water. After the meeting, I went home very upset. I felt that I was being treated very unfairly. I could not think of any incidents that would meet the description of the nurse manager's allegations. I did not hide that I was a lesbian at the facility. I carry around a rainbow lanyard and would speak to staff about it if they asked. But the fact that I am a lesbian is not something I would actively go and speak to residents about. I do not think they would have ever known what my sexuality was. I felt like the residents liked me for the companionship I gave them. I also felt that even if I had told the residents I was a lesbian, this would not have been an issue. I decided to speak to Dr. Catherine Barrett, who put me in touch with Louise Hurft from Age Rights Advocacy Service, ARIS, in Adelaide, because I was an older person experiencing discrimination and psychological abuse from an aged care manager. Louise Hurft met with me in December 2017 to discuss what had happened. With my permission, Louise called the nurse manager to discuss the complaint and arrange a meeting. Louise later told me that during the telephone conversation, when the subject of my sexuality was raised, the nurse manager kept saying things to Louise like, "We don't have people like that here, and people don't want to hear about things like that." When Louise asked for details of the complaints or to see evidence of the complaints in file notes or other facility records, the nurse manager refused to give them, stating confidentiality of the residents. It was clear she had a homophobic bias towards me. A meeting was arranged at my unit with the nurse manager, another facility staff member, Louise, and me to discuss the complaint. At the meeting, I was extremely nervous. It was very stressful and I felt I was under attack by the nurse manager. It brought back memories of my father and the horrible way he treated me when I was growing up. Having Louise at the meeting with me was great. She challenged the nurse manager several times about the alleged problems and helped me to get my perspective across. Despite being asked again, the nurse manager would not spell out what the complaints were. Her manner was very confrontational and defensive, and she attempted to leave the meeting a few times. Her staff member looked very uncomfortable during the whole meeting. It was so overwhelming that at one stage I started to cry. At this meeting, a compromise was reached where I could continue to volunteer at the facility with a smaller number of residents. After this meeting, when I was at the facility visiting residents, the nurse manager started to avoid me. As a result of her behaviour, I felt very uncomfortable when I was at the facility. For some time after the meeting, I did not visit as many residents as I used to, but now I'm back seeing however many I want. There are a lot of lonely residents, and currently there are not many volunteers at the facility. I believe that complaints were never actually made and that it was the nurse manager's personal issues with my sexuality that caused her attack. This is plainly discrimination and it should not be allowed to occur. I'm not aware of any consequences to the nurse manager for the way she treated me. I have become actively involved in advocating for LGBTIQ people in aged care. In addition to the Rainbow Makers publication mentioned above, I've also been interviewed by the program The Feed on SBS, and I've also given 7 presentations at conferences and meetings in Adelaide and interstate, including national conferences on elder abuse and on LGBTIQ issues. These activities have transformed my life. The facility is aware of my story, yet I've never received an acknowledgement or an apology for what occurred. It seems the facility has turned a blind eye to what has occurred. However, the nurse manager towards me has changed. She no longer bullies me and I'm more comfortable in the facility. This facility has done nothing to promote an LGBTIQ inclusive culture. I'm not aware of the staff undertaking any specific training to help educate them on the needs of LGBTIQ people. This discrimination has had a significant impact on me. It has brought back memories of younger days. I experienced a lot of discrimination when I was younger, and these events brought back all those negative feelings. I think LGBTIQ people should be treated with respect and people should be able to be themselves without having to hide their sexual orientation. I feel that LGBTIQ elders are not speaking up about issues they are experiencing in aged care. Due to LGBTIQ elders not speaking about the discrimination they're experiencing, it may seem to other people that there's no issue. I believe there should be mandatory training on caring for LGBTIQ elders. This training should be for all staff at all levels of these organisations and facilities. Steps should be taken to make sure LGBTIQ people, particularly elders who have often suffered through a life of non-acceptance, are made to feel welcome and safe in residential aged care facilities. I was involved in a poster with the National LGBTIQ Health Alliance, which clearly announces that LGBTIQ people are welcome here. Something like this should be clearly displayed at the front door of all residential aged care facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Malloy. Is there anything further you would like to say to the Commission today?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Malloy, thank you very much for coming to give your evidence to the Commission. It's very important that we, the government and the community generally, hear stories like yours, and we're very grateful for you to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good.
Great.
What do I do now?
Commissioners, our next witness is Miss Anne Wunsch.
What do I do now?
Thank you. Yep.
Please repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
affirm
the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the
the
truth,
whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. What is your full name?
And Dominica Wunsch.
You're the Executive Director of the Quality Assessment and Monitoring Operations area within the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, Ms Wunsch.
That's correct.
You've prepared 2 witness statements so far for the Royal Commission.
Yes.
The first statement dated 10 May 2019, beg your pardon. The first statement dated 22 July 2019 is Exhibit 8-3, and in relation to that statement you gave oral evidence in Brisbane on the 8th of July 2019,
Yes.
and your most recent statement, your second statement, is WIT stop 0411 stop 0001 stop 0001, a statement dated 18 September 2019, correct?
Yes.
If you just kindly have a look at the screen in front of you, do you see a page appearing bearing the document ID I just read out?
Yes.
Is that the first page of the statement you've prepared dated 8 September 2019?
Yes.
Now, I understand you wish to make an amendment to Annexure B of the statement, which I believe is on page 26. In the second bottom row, final column, where it says assessment contact, do you wish to have that read unannounced assessment contact?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now, having made that amendment, are there any other amendments you wish to make to your statement?
No.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of the statement, having made that amendment, true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I tender the statement.
There's a statement of Anne Dominica Wunsch of dated the 18th of September 2019 as amended will be Exhibit 10-21.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Wunsch, I want to ask you some questions about the process of accrediting a new provider for the first time. In your statement at paragraphs 8 to 12, you address a question that was asked when undertaking the accreditation process for an approved provider. Does the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission assess and consider whether the applicant will provide aged care services to people with special needs? If not, explain why this is so. And you addressed that question at paragraphs 8 to 12 on pages 2 and 3. The application form for accreditation is at Tender Bundle tab 40. I'll just ask the operator to bring that up, please. This is the application form you referred to in your statement. If we go to page 9502, we see here is the beginning of a section dealing with the requirements of the standards, setting out a table with a series of fields for the assessor to complete in relation to questions raised by the standards. Is that right?
This is the application for accreditation that would be completed by the service seeking accreditation.
So the assessor doesn't fill in any of this material?
The service fills this in.
Thank you. Now, you've said in your statement that, for example, with respect to standard 1.3a and 1.3b, the assessor will assess and consider how the service will comply or are complying with their obligations to continuously improve as against aged care quality standards. The difficulty at this point is that the service provider hasn't commenced providing services, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the assessor's job in reviewing this application is to consider whether there's enough information provided in these fields?
There is evidence provided by the service that goes to the requirements under Standard 1, where we're referring to Standard 1, and that may be by way of material the service has prepared to provide to prospective consumers, the policy documents that they've created, the training programs that they have created, the information about their purpose, their intent, consumer-facing information that they've created. So there would be a range of pieces of evidence that a service would put to their self-assessment to evidence the way they will meet the standards in relation to the consumers that they will be admitting.
Is it essentially a desktop exercise, reviewing whether the quality standards are met to the degree necessary for the Commission to award accreditation to a service on the strength of this application form?
For the purposes of a commencing service, yes. And following that, though, we undertake an assessment, an unannounced assessment contact at the service once that service has commenced operations, and the initial accreditation is for a period of 12 months, and during that 12-month period there may be a number of contacts with the service depending on the regulatory intelligence the Commission receives. It could be referrals, it could be information from the public, and at about 6 to 9 months into their operation, they then undergo a complete re-accreditation audit. That is an on-site audit scheduled for the number of assessors and the number of days required to understand the scale and scope of that service.
All right. Now, the quality standards against which the initial accreditation application is assessed are the standards in Schedule 2 of the Quality of Care Principles.
Yes.
Is that right? So we'll just bring them up, please, operator, tab 129. Thank you. And if we go, please, to sections 16 and 17 on page 15. This is the source, the statutory source of the delegated legislative source of the obligation to meet the requirements of the standards, correct?
Yes.
And then if we go, please, operator, to page 22, 0022, we there see standard 1, from which you drew the examples that appear in your statement, Ms. Wunsch.
Yes.
There's a consumer outcome, an organisational statement, and then requirements, and that's the pattern for each of the 8 standards.
That's right.
In Schedule 2. It's not possible to assess the consumer outcome at the point of an application for accreditation. Is that right?
To the extent that there are no consumers in the service, that's right.
It would be possible to some extent to consider compliance with the other requirements in the standards. Is that right?
Yes.
And at the point of awarding of initial accreditation, that's simply done on the papers. Is that right?
That is an assessment done on the basis of an application and a self-assessment and any other material that is before the delegate at the time, yes.
And the self-assessment is a piece of paper that's been received from the applicant itself. Is that
It's a document that where the service must complete the information against each of the 42 requirements of the aged care quality standards.
There's no interview then with the person making the application to test whether that person shows leadership in relation to matters of inclusion and respect for consumers, things of that nature. Is that right?
I don't believe that we would seek that information unless we had a reason to, based on the information that was in the self-assessment. There may be a reason to make contact with that service.
There may be a reason. Are you saying that you know that there has been a case where contact was made with a service because of an omission of material or a question raised by material in the application paperwork?
I understand that we have had from time to time, we make contact with services fairly routinely through the process where we have come to a view that the application was incomplete or information was in the self-assessment was incomplete. I couldn't talk to the frequency of that though.
All right. Could we just go forward in the document to standard 7.3b, please, operator? Yes, thank you. Let's go back one page. Thank you. Do you see there in standard 7.3b, Ms. Wunsch, there's a requirement for the organisation to demonstrate a number of things, but B is that workforce interactions with consumers are kind, caring and respectful of each consumer's identity, culture and diversity. And there are other workforce competency and capability issues raised by Standard 7.
Yes.
Does the Commission consider the makeup of the workforce of the body seeking accreditation as either a home care service or a residential care service? I beg your pardon, I'll withdraw that. Accreditation relates only to the residential care
Yes.
services at this stage, doesn't it?
Yes.
All right. I'll withdraw the question and ask it again. Does the Commission seek information in relation to the composition of the workforce for any entity seeking accreditation as a residential care service?
It seeks that information through the self-assessment. So we would expect that the provider would evidence the composition and the competency of the workforce through the material that it submits in relation to Standard 7.
And how does the Commission assessor considering an application for accreditation try to assess 3B, which requires interactions, which are necessarily interactions that are going to happen in the future, to be kind, caring and respectful of identity, culture and diversity?
We would consider that the services policy documents in relation to these matters, the training programs that they would evidence, and other supporting material that they would evidence in their self-assessment would provide the basis for that assessment.
And if there isn't proof that the workforce has been trained in questions of cultural safety, what's the outcome of the assessment of the accreditation application? Is there a fail?
We would come to a view on whether the service met the standards for the purposes of awarding accreditation. It may be that we seek further information, but I couldn't talk to a specific example on that.
Is training proof of training of the workforce in cultural safety a necessary condition of getting accreditation?
Evidence that a service, I'm talking about the range of materials that a provider may use to evidence this particular requirement. I believe that would be a relevant piece of evidence.
I don't think you answered my question.
Sorry?
You said it would be a relevant piece of evidence, and that's useful to know, thank you, but you haven't answered my question, which is, would proof of training of the workforce in cultural safety be a necessary condition of getting accreditation? A mandatory condition, if you like. If you don't have that proof, you don't get accreditation. That's my question.
That's so no, that's not a mandatory consideration.
All right. It's not even a mandatory consideration that has to be considered?
Sorry, it's not a mandatory requirement.
No. Okay, it's not a mandatory requirement. Should it be a mandatory requirement?
We ask providers to evidence how they meet requirements. The way that they meet those requirements is essentially up to them. We test their evidence and come to a view about whether it meets a requirement of the standards.
Right, there's a fair degree of discretion allowed to the assessors who make the decision about the accreditation application. Is that a fair remark?
Yes. However, there are expectations that a service will be able to evidence meeting requirements, and we need to satisfy ourselves that a requirement is met.
Ms Wunsch, do you consider that cultural safety, I better just ask a question about cultural safety first, and then I'll ask the question I was going to ask. Do you have an understanding of what cultural safety is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Cultural safety is defined by the person, the consumer, and it goes to their view that their identity is respected, valued and understood by the service in the way that support and services are provided to them.
And is it your view that unless the environment created within the relevant, let's call it, let's limit this discussion to residential care, unless the environment created within the residential care facility is culturally safe, then there's a real risk that the clinical and personal care needs of the residents won't be understood?
That's absolutely the case, yes.
Yeah. And if the clinical and personal care needs of the residents are not understood, not only will there be a failure to provide clinical and personal care in accordance with other aspects of these quality standards, but there'll actually be a real risk to the safety, health and well-being of the residents, correct?
Correct.
So cultural safety is quintessentially a safety issue, including potentially a clinical safety issue. Do you agree with that?
I agree. I agree that it is embedded across all of the 8 standards, yes.
So doesn't it follow then that the Quality Commission shouldn't be awarding accreditation to a commencing service unless it is satisfied that there's proof that the workforce has been trained in advance in cultural safety?
It's the responsibility of the provider to evidence that they can meet the standards. When we are assessing a commencing service, it may be the case, and it is often the case, that the service has a core capability, and that capability is developed as they begin to admit consumers to the service, and that the quality and the evidence in relation to meeting cultural safety is enhanced over time as they recruit and develop their the scale of the service to effectively support the number of consumers that they plan to and intend to provide services to. So we would see...
Well, thank you for that. But what's the answer to my question? In your personal view, doesn't it follow from the answers you gave before that the Quality Commission shouldn't be granting accreditation unless it's satisfied that there's proof that the workforce has been trained in advance in cultural safety?
My answer to your question is that the Commission satisfies itself on the basis of the information provided to it at the point of time of an application with a self-assessment that a service can evidence...
But you're just describing things that are done with respect to paperwork. I was asking you for your opinion on a particular point.
Sorry.
Are you able to answer the question? Doesn't it follow from your earlier answers that the Quality Commission shouldn't be granting accreditation to a commencing service unless it's satisfied that there is proof that the workforce has been trained in advance in providing cultural safety?
My answer to your question is that the Commission does need to satisfy itself that the service can demonstrate cultural safety, and that may be through a workforce training program, and that may be able to be evidenced to the extent that there is a workforce in situ. But that changes over time. So I think that the evidence that they would provide at a later point would be different to the evidence that they would provide at the point where they are submitting an application as a commencing service.
I think that all amounts to a disagreement with the question or with the proposition I asked you. In other words, I think that all amounts to a no to my question. You're saying it's good enough if there's some sort of promise that the workforce will be trained in the future. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the basis by which we would make a decision in relation to a commencing service would be on the evidence available at the time, but we still must be confident that those requirements are met to the extent that they can be met prior to consumers being present at the service, and that that the assessment that follows that assessment would seek to understand the consumer experience and a broader assessment.
Well, I'll leave it there. Now, you've referred earlier to the important point about follow-up visits.
Yes.
And there's no doubt that it must be difficult to determine an accreditation application with regard to the outcomes that are couched in the quality standards as now framed since July this year, without there actually yet being any operations in existence. That makes the follow-up visits all the more important, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, when's that first unannounced visit?
Usually within the first 3 months of operation.
Usually within the first 3 months?
Well, in most cases, it would be within the first 3 months of operation.
So does that mean it could be longer than 3 months?
It's possible, but our operating procedure is to schedule a visit within the first 3 months of consumers first entering that service.
And why isn't it more prompt than that?
It's an unannounced visit, and we do not want to signal when we're coming, and so we provide a window so that we don't telegraph when we're coming.
So are you saying that, in fact, it could well happen the day after operations commence?
It could, and if we had regulatory intelligence that informed a need or a concern, we would do that. But we want to maximise the value of that visit to the service, to consumers and to the public. And therefore we know that if it's scheduled at a point in time where there are more consumers there, the value of the visit is enhanced by our opportunity to understand a broader cross-section of consumers at that service. Noting, though, we do want it to occur as soon as possible so that we have a further basis to understand the quality of the service being delivered in that service.
What's the approach the Quality Commission takes to whether a service which has in its resident population called people or ATSI, that is Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, or LGBTI people, the extent to which they've adopted the action plans under the Aged Care Diversity Framework? What's the approach of the Quality Commission to compliance with or implementation of those action plans if those populations are present in the resident facility?
Our approach is we have linked those action plans to our guidance document, and see the action plans as a valuable resource for services. We use those action plans in our engagements with providers. For example, last week, the Commission was joined up with the Centre for Cultural Diversity on a workshop on culturally inclusive care, and we distributed the action plans and used them to assist providers to understand how they can meet the aged care quality standards. We see them as a fantastic resource, and we encourage providers to engage with them.
If the provider, well, we're talking about particular facilities because your focus in the Commission in monitoring quality and safety in accordance with the quality standards is at a service level, is that right?
That's right.
So we're talking about a particular service,
Yes.
say a residential facility.
Yes.
Do you, that is you, your assessor teams, only consider a particular action plan if you've received information that there are members of the particular diverse needs group relating to that action plan present in the population of the facility?
No. The action plans are relevant to all services, and that's why they are linked to Standard 1 and our guidance material. And in fact, the actions in those action plans are often relevant to a broader group than the special needs group that they were developed for. For example, in the called action plan, there's a reference to services using Skype, FaceTime or other technologies to link consumers with their families, overseas, etc. But that action is actually a relevant one for services to use to assist all consumers linked with their families where they don't have opportunities to have direct contact with them. So we see a value in the action plans beyond the particular groups that they were developed for.
Would it be appropriate, in your personal opinion, for those action plans to be made a mandatory element of the quality standards?
No, I don't agree with that proposition. I see these action plans as an examples document and to assist providers to identify where they currently stand and where they can select from a menu of opportunities and examples to improve their performance in relation to each of the special needs groups. And I think that for some of the actions, they may be difficult to necessarily evidence, and others are easier to evidence. And I think services should find the actions that are relevant to the their stage of development and see them as an opportunity to improve their performance.
Would it be, or is it appropriate in your view, for the degree of adherence by a particular provider to the action plans to be a mandatory relevant consideration that assessors should consider in determining whether there's been compliance with the quality standards?
No, I don't believe it should be a mandatory requirement.
Mandatory relevant consideration.
Relevant consideration.
That is something that must be considered in the course of the assessor deciding whether there has been compliance with the quality standards.
No, I believe that our guidance material, which is set out to establish intent, reflective questions, actions for providers, there's scope within that guidance where services can well evidence that they meet the requirements. However, it's a really valuable resource for them to use along with the other resources that are linked to our guidance material. And in Standard 1, the culturally inclusive standards developed by the Centre for Cultural Diversity, the Centre for Cultural Diversity in Victoria, that tool links directly to the requirements under the aged care quality standards. So if you look at culturally inclusive care through that self-assessment, you can evidence that you meet the aged care quality standards. It is another way of evidencing meeting standards. And I think all of these documents that we link to are there because they provide guidance and support to providers. We want providers to choose how they evidence they meet standards.
So does it follow that the action plans under the diversity framework have no greater authority than any other piece of guidance? And I'll let you answer that.
They are relevant, important tools and resources. They have significant resource links to other material. There's a high degree of consistency between what they say and other resources that we link to in our guidance material. And I think that that services do refer to them because we see evidence of those actions in our assessments.
Well, thank you, but it sounds to me as if they're no more authoritative than any other document outside the statutory framework. That sounds like the tenor of your answer.
Council, I agree that we haven't suggested that they are more authoritative. We see them as relevant, important, useful, but there's no hierarchy in our guidance material where we say this is a must go to particular resource, this is a optional resource.
If an approved provider, either seeking accreditation or having achieved accreditation, when the question of compliance with the quality standards comes up at some later time, just hasn't turned their mind at all to the action plans, that wouldn't lead to an assessor finding they haven't met the quality framework. Is that the gist of your evidence?
Council, we assess against the standards and the requirements. We require that services are able to evidence best practice in relation to meeting the aged care quality standards, and so we would seek to understand the basis by which they have provided evidence and how that references best practice.
It sounds like providers can ignore the action plans and there won't be any consequence under the quality review or accreditation audit framework.
The relevant evidence to meet the requirements is highly consistent with the material in the action plans. It's not a case that they are such different pieces. That, in fact, we routinely see elements of the action plans in the evidence that providers put forward as meeting the requirements. Whether or not they say that they have sourced these particular actions through the action plans or not is really, it's entirely up to them. But we ask them to evidence what is best practice how do you evidence best practice? And they would say, well, we've looked at the action plans, the Department of Health is the competent authority that developed them, and this is how we evidence that we meet the requirements.
All right. I want to ask you a question about conditions of allocation on places for residential care services. And you were asked a question about this on page 3 of the statement. When undertaking the re-accreditation process, does the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission A, assess and consider whether the approved provider has one or more places allocated to a person with special needs? Just to explain that, you know that there's a process by which under ACARS, places can be allocated with a condition that priority should be accorded to a person with a particular special need, answering a list of so-called special needs that appears in the Act, correct?
Yes.
You know that? Yep.
Yes, I do.
B, assess and consider the information about the approved provider on My Aged Care insofar as provision of aged care services for people with special needs is concerned,
Yes.
if any, and if so, investigate the reliability of any such information. And then there's a follow-up question. Now, just focusing on the first of those, question A, the gist of your answer at paragraphs 13 and 14 is that the information about whether places have been allocated that are subject to conditions about giving priority to special needs groups isn't necessarily a focus of any inquiry, save that it might inform the assessment team's knowledge about the likely composition of the people in the facility. Is that right?
Yes.
And there isn't any follow-up on the question of ensuring that the approved provider has followed through with the requirements in the condition to try to accord priority in allocating that place to a person with the relevant special need.
That's right, because our assessment is against the requirements of the standards. Yes.
They're the quality standards
Yes.
that we had up on the screen
Yes, that's right.
in Schedule 2 of the
Yes.
Quality of Care Principles.
Yes.
And they don't speak of holding approved providers to any promises, in
Yes.
effect, that they've made in order to obtain a residential place in an ACAR round.
That's
do they?
right.
So it's just not something which is within the scope of the Quality Commission's role. Is that how you see it? That is the function of seeing whether that promise has actually been fulfilled is not something within the Quality Commission's role.
That's
is that
right.
how you see it?
That's right.
All right. Should it be?
I believe that we should be seeking to evidence the services, the information that a service puts to us for the purposes of making an assessment against the standards. And I believe that we do that through the application where consumer characteristics can be described. We do that through, we're now also providing assessment teams with information that is on My Aged Care.
Well, is that a slightly different question? In My Aged Care, a facility can now indicate that it has a specialisation in
Yes.
catering for a particular special need.
That's right.
Right. And is that what you're talking about
Yes.
now?
Yes.
My question is about a slightly different topic, although perhaps it's related.
Yes.
My first question that I asked you was about whether the Commission should have a role in effect, keeping providers honest with regard to the conditions on which they obtained an allocation of a residential
Yes.
place in an aged care allocation round, an ACAR.
Sorry, no, I don't believe we should. That's the responsibility of the department that has funded the service for that purpose.
All right. All of the regulatory functions
Yes.
of the department are supposed to be transferring to the Commission next year.
Yes.
That's right, isn't it?
All of the regulatory, I think that I think that would need to be clarified.
All right. So it's not totally clear which
That's
functions
right.
are going to go.
Yes.
Do you know whether have you been involved in any discussion with the department, that is the Department of Health,
Yes.
about the transfer of a function of, in effect, keeping the approved providers honest with respect to compliance with the conditions on which they were allocated residential care places?
No, I have not.
Let's now go to that second aspect of the question that appears in the box on page 3, the question that you were beginning to answer a minute
Yes.
ago
Okay.
about veracity of the information that appears on My Aged Care when an approved provider indicates that at a particular facility there's a specialisation in catering for a particular special need.
Yes.
So, for example, on My Aged Care, the approved provider is now able to say, at this facility, we specialise in caring for people in the following language groups,
Yes.
or for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Yes.
Things of that kind can be claimed on
Yes.
My Aged Care. Up to the date of your statement, it appears from the contents of your statement that the Quality Commission had no role during either assessing accreditation applications or in conducting assessment contacts or assessment audits in checking the veracity of those claims. Is that correct?
I believe our role in relation to this was established over the last few months in relation to the introduction of the aged care quality standards, and we agreed with the Department of Health that it would be a relevant consideration for us to provide information to assessment teams that includes information about claims made on My Aged Care as a piece of regulatory intelligence that we would provide the assessment team as in their work pack. That would be alongside the application for accreditation and
Well,
yeah.
I'll change my question
Okay.
to remove the concept of a role, and
Okay.
I'll just ask, had the Quality Commission up to the date of your statement used information about claims of meeting special needs appearing in My Aged Care to inform its assessment and monitoring activities?
The date of my statement being 18 September.
I think that's right, yes.
Yes, so we commenced in September, so I can't go to the date
Well,
specifically, but in September we commenced the process of giving information to assessment teams in relation to the claims made on My Aged Care.
okay, well, it must have... this isn't intended to be a trick question.
No, I understand.
I'll bring
Yeah.
it up. Page
Yeah.
4, paragraph 15.
Yes.
Please call out paragraph 15, operator. The second sentence there seemed very clearly to be saying that the details appearing on the My Aged Care Service Provider portal wasn't used
That's right. That's correct.
to inform the Quality Commission's assessment and monitoring activities to date,
Yes.
up to the
Okay.
18th of
Okay.
September.
Yes.
And that information that you're referring to there is a global reference to details on the My Aged Care portal, so it must include these representations.
Yes, that's
about
right.
being able to meet special needs.
Yes.
So it wasn't used up to 18 September, but you're saying now that there are discussions underway and
No.
that assessment teams are briefed with that information.
So it's not that discussions are underway. We had discussions with the department in the first half of 2019. We had intended to implement this from 1 July. It's the case that we, due to considerable other competing priorities around the introduction of the new standards, that we hadn't achieved that date. But we commenced it in September, and at the point of time of the statement on the 18th of September, it is the case that we hadn't commenced that. But the plan and the intention and the implementation of that is underway, and we can evidence that.
Thank you. Now, in 16, the next paragraph, you describe what was then your intention and is now a reality.
Yes.
That is that the information appearing on My Aged Care in relation to a particular facility is briefed to the assessment team.
Yes.
And let's just explore briefly how it's actually used, because you've said assessment teams will consider evidence of how the service is meeting the needs of consumers as detailed in their specialisations information. primarily, but not exclusively, under standard 1, 3A and B are the quality standards. Now, they're the standards we had up on
Yes.
the screen a short time
Sure.
ago. And we'll restore them to the screen, please, operator. They are page 0022, thank you, yes. And they are requirements that the organisation demonstrate each consumer is treated with dignity and respect, with their identity, culture and diversity valued, and care and services are culturally safe. It isn't clear, is it, that considering compliance with those matters encompasses considering whether claims of specialisation are accurate or misleading. It depends on whether somebody's been induced by the claim and has actually entered the service. And then you can consider whether that consumer or that resident is being treated with dignity and respect, with their identity, culture and diversity valued, and that the services to them are culturally safe. But if they haven't entered the service, you can't consider those matters. What do you say to that?
I would say that there are other ways to understand this particular issue, and if we went to standard 1.3e, which refers to information provided to each consumer is current, accurate and timely, that we have a way of understanding what the service offering is in relation to groups for which they are claiming to support or have potential to support. So there is a capability under other requirements of Standard 1 to evidence this issue.
And have you trained your assessors to consider the matter in that light under 1E?
Yes, we're doing that as we speak, yes.
Excellent. I want to ask about cultural safety, not necessarily with respect to the cultural safety shown by the organisation that is being assessed, but cultural safety on the part of your commission. There's suggestions in the evidence that it's considered by providers to be of vital importance that assessors receive training on the needs of people identifying as being members of diverse groups.
Yes.
There are claims in the material, for example, Samantha Jewell's statement at 43G, that, and I quote, "It is evident that such training and expertise is lacking in many assessors." Firstly, could you please give a summary of the content, duration and thoroughness of the training that's provided to assessors on cultural safety? And secondly, any evaluations of the efficacy of that training that have occurred?
The training that is provided to assessors begins with the training that they receive on induction, which we have cultural competence online modules. Our training is provided using adult learning principles. It includes face-to-face training, online, resources provided to assessors and toolbox sessions that are ongoing. We have training that meets the ISQA standards for surveyor training, and that program is accredited, and that's the training that leads to registration as an aged care quality assessor. That training is subject to ongoing accreditation audits every 4 years and is evaluated through that process.
So the first set of references to materials and the toolboxes,
Yes.
that's essentially online, is it? What, is this face-to-face?
The
Is any of that face-to-face?
Yes. The training that each assessor receives for the purposes of becoming a registered aged care quality assessor is a training program that includes face-to-face training, online modules, and that training is they are assessed and deemed as competent, and they must pass that training program in order to be registered. That is foundational training in order to reach registration.
Is the cultural safety element of the training face-to-face, or any part of it?
The training that they receive in relation to people with special needs is face-to-face training. For example, we engaged with the LGBTI Health Alliance to run face-to-face training across the country to all our assessor workforce to train them in relation to the needs of LGBTI people, and it was delivered within a cultural safety, using a cultural safety lens. The training that they have received in relation to other special needs groups, including the care leavers, forgotten Australians, stolen generations, is also delivered face-to-face using resources that are on the Department of Health's website. We use a combination of subject matter expert and our own internal training resources to deliver this training. We have a continuing professional development program every year, which involves a mandatory content, and the 2020 program, which is currently being finalised, will also include cultural safety and will build on the training that we've already delivered across these areas. We usually present this material in the context of special needs groups, but we also will be looking at cultural safety as a concept and as it is integral to the standards in our ongoing education that we deliver to assessors.
In your statement, you refer to training in relation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, called people LGBTI people.
Yes.
You've just mentioned forgotten Australians.
Yes.
What about the other particular needs groups? Are they? Is it a case of there's got to be a limit to the training that's required? So you've really focused on those 4 groups so far?
We certainly have primarily focused on those groups, but our training for assessors is both on methodology and process and improving quality of evidence gathering and also building their capability to assess under the aged care quality standards. But we usually have a component that goes to the content of the standards, and diversity and special needs groups has been a focus of that.
The question about following up the efficacy of the training, is there validation of the effect of the training either at a general level or an evaluation of the competency of the assessor after the training?
There is formative and summative assessments conducted in relation to our assessor training. There is certainly evaluations of training where we seek feedback from assessors on the value and the and further training requirements that they may have identified during their training.
Feedback from the assessors who are undertaking the training?
But we also are informed by feedback we receive from the sector, from services, from consumers, and from complaints about our services to develop training on those particular areas where we need to continuously improve.
I want to ask you about interpreters. Firstly, in the context of assessment contacts and assessment audits and even review audits, so during visits, in other words, Are you reading something while giving your evidence?
No?
No. I just want to ask you about the interpreters. You've mentioned some figures in your statement. Firstly, interpreters used by assessors during visits.
Yes?
You refer to this topic in your statement at paragraphs 59 and 60. You give the level of expenditure as being about $75,000, a little short of $75,000 in the last financial year.
Yes?
That seems low. It seems to suggest that use of interpreters is not as widespread as one might expect during the many, many visits that are conducted by the Quality Commission during a 12-month period. In paragraph 63, you've noted that data on assessment visits isn't captured to the level of showing the use of particular interpreter services for particular language groups. But clearly, bills are available in relation to those visits, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to calculate the $75,000 figure. Firstly, does that $75,000 seem low to you?
I haven't considered it as over a period of time, so I would need to consider what the trend data looked like in relation to that. It may be the case that where the consumer cohort within a service changes over time, that the pattern of our usage of interpreters would change. It is the case that we would go to a service and maybe find a particular consumer or consumers that may benefit from an interpreting service that we hadn't been able to identify before, but that information is captured at that particular visit and that information is recorded on our system at the end of the visit. So we are seeking to update the requirements for interpreters on a regular basis.
With regard to the point about a deficiency in the data, my words, in paragraph 63, which is currently on the screen, are you going to change your methodology so that in the future the Quality Commission will capture data on how many consumers require access to interpreters during visits, that is assessment contacts, review audits and accreditation audits?
It's certainly something we could consider. In a visit, it may be that an interpreter is interpreting for numbers of consumers or one or two specific consumers. It may be useful for us to understand what that picture looks like in more detail. So we're certainly open to looking at how we could capture more information in relation to that.
Operator, please put up paragraph 32 of Ms Wunsch's statement, annexure E. This is an annexure relating to aspects of the quality standards and how the Quality Commission approaches, I don't know if verification is the right word, but assessment of. If we go to page 32, please, operator. Page 32. There is beg pardon, I'll withdraw that. I was mistaken. This is an annexure in which you've identified actions in response to the government action aspect of the diversity framework. That is the government action plan under the Aged Care Diversity Framework. And on page 32, under item number 2, one of the actions is ensure that feedback from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders called and LGBTI consumers is captured proportionally at quality review and accreditation. So quality review is the home care version of what the Commission does to assess compliance with the quality standards, correct?
That's right.
And accreditation is obviously the process we've been speaking about this morning at residential care facilities. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, consumer experience reports are administered to a sample of residents at a residential care facility during an accreditation audit. Is that right?
Right.
Are consumer experience reports also administered during other visits now, or is it simply accreditation audits?
It is the case that we use the questions in consumer experience interviews at other visits. The difference is that we're not seeking in those other visits to achieve a statistically significant sample for the purposes of publication on our website. But the value is in having the engagement around those questions and understanding the consumer experience.
Without capturing the data about how many people are requiring interpreters of their first language into English, how are you satisfying yourself that your assessors are actually complying with this action item to make sure that consumer experience reports are being administered proportionally to those special needs groups, including the called special need group?
Those particular interviews are not, would not proportionally capture special needs groups because they're conducted randomly. It's the case, though, that...
Sorry, the consumer experience reports interviews would not
necessarily
capture the special needs groups proportionally?
They may, but they are randomly applied. So it's the case, though, that the other interviews that we conduct through purposeful sampling are more likely to identify particular individuals because we are sampling for a purpose. And in relation to Standard 1, we are seeking to understand the lived experience of people with special needs as they experience care in a service.
Finally, I want to just ask a few questions. I think I can finish this
You think you'll finish the witness completely,
examination
would you?
within a few minutes rather than breaking for morning tea now, if that's all right,
Sure.
Commissioners. Thank you. I want to ask a few questions about the complaints processes within
Yes.
the Commission. I know that's not your particular area within the Commission, but since you're here, I'll just ask you, if you don't know the answers, just tell the Commissioners that. Firstly, are complaints in effect earmarked by reference to whether they've been made by a person who is a member of one of the special needs groups?
Not unless that the complainant seeks to provide that information as part of their complaint.
And if they do, then is there, in effect, a special field so that one can identify in the data how many complaints are coming from people who identify as a member of that particular group?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of whether it's a special field. I know that there is a capacity to understand that in terms of searching, but I don't know whether it's through a particular field or not.
Okay. Now, whether it's through a particular field or not, or some other functionality, once that's identified, are stakeholders is there some way of reaching out to stakeholders who have an interest in promoting the interests of those special needs group members? For example, if you've got a veteran who's made a complaint, do you then have a capacity to notify the Department of Veterans Affairs or the RSL about the complaint so that advocacy and assistance can be offered to the person making the complaint?
The complaints resolution group has significant engagement with stakeholders around particular issues and concerns. So they are engaged with various special interest organisations and harking back to my previous information about the workshop that we conducted with the Centre for Cultural Diversity last Friday, the National Manager of Operations of Complaints was also part of the workshop, and we talked to service providers, aged care providers, about the particular types of issues that tend to come through complaints in relation to special needs groups. And admittedly, it's from the data that we have available to us, but it's certainly an area we are seeking to engage with those organisations and service providers about.
Mr. Kling's given evidence that the Quality Commission does not have processes in place to identify veterans' informal complaints and to provide that information to the DVA. And the Secretary of the DVA gave evidence that she at least wasn't aware of complaints being provided to DVA if they'd been made by complainants, and she expressed an intention to ask the Commission for that to occur in the future.
I think that we will want to explore that with DVA, absolutely, yes.
Interpreters, with respect to complaints, you identify there's only a little over $7,000 spent on interpreters in the complaints area of the Commission in the last financial year. I suggest that seems very low indeed. There were only 170 phone calls in which interpreters were engaged. Do you have any way of knowing what proportion of phone calls that represents against the total?
I don't know that information. I understand that in many cases the initial complaint is made on behalf of a person who may not be able to communicate in English over the phone. The complaints resolution group do seek to engage interpreters and also do seek to have face-to-face engagements with complainants where that is appropriate to with an interpreter to assist, and they also use interpreter services.
No further questions, Commissioners.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Butch.
Thank
you
you.
for your evidence. You may leave.
Mr. Kennett has a question he wishes to ask.
Yes, I see.
Ms. Wunsch, earlier today, Mr. Gray asked you some questions about the application process for accreditation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And there were some questions about standard 1.3b.
Yes.
He asked you whether there were or whether there was a necessity for the applicant organisation to have trained its workforce in cultural safety. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
I just wondered if you could clarify for us, at that point in the process when an application is being made for initial accreditation, is it normal for the provider to have the entire workforce in place at that point?
No, it's not.
So would they have a core group of workers, or what position would they be in relation to their workforce?
They would have a core group. They would have certainly the infrastructure and the plans and the policies and other pieces to evidence their meeting the standards in relation to proposed staffing and existing staffing.
And would it be usual for their workforce to expand gradually
Yes,
as
that is the case.
facility fills up with
Absolutely the
consumers?
case.
Yes, thank you. That was my own question.
And is that, Ms. Wunsch, because as a matter of practicalities, until they get the accreditation, they don't know whether they can commit the funds needed for the additional staff?
Yes, Commissioner, and also that their planned commencement may be phased in a way to meet particular consumers' needs that enter the service at the outset, at the beginning of that service. And so it's usually a phased development.
But the questions, though, seem to be about accreditation where it isn't a matter of an existing facility adding another activity to the existing structure and infrastructure, but rather creating a new line of activity, and hence they might need the accreditation for the before they go off and get the additional staff, is what I think I've understood from the question that Mr. Kenneth asked you. Is that
Sorry, Commissioner, I'm not entirely sure.
Can I try
Where
and
you
come
went
at
there.
this
Yes.
at another way that might help? We might be able to start from the assumption that the majority of providers who get accreditation for new places for people already have accreditation elsewhere. So, for example, we might have a booper that might start a new facility, so they're not starting from scratch. So it may well be very reasonable to be looking for workforce plans and so on based on that existing accreditation. Would you agree?
I would agree that for aged care providers that have existing services, they would be able to evidence this in a multitude of ways. My case study that I was considering in answering this question was for a single standalone service, because that would be the baseline for understanding this particular issue.
Do you know the proportion of newly approved providers who are truly new providers, and secondly, the proportion of that are providers for special needs purposes?
I don't have that information with me. I'm more than happy to understand that and provide it to the Commission. Yes.
That would be good, because
Yes.
we can see the extent of the issue, I think.
Yes.
Well, I think you've answered my question, which was really upon understanding that the model that you had in mind
Yes.
was of a single standalone
Yes.
new entity, as it
Yes.
were. And then we need to test whether that's the relevant model to have in mind.
Yes.
But it has clarified that for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gray, anything? All right. Thank you. You may now go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gray, we will have the usual break at this stage. Mr. O'Mara was, however, not due to start until 11:45. Is he ready to start half an hour earlier?
Yes, he is.
All right, so if we resume at 11:15, would that be convenient?
Thank you. Yes, indeed.
Royal Commission now adjourned to 11:15 a.m.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Dr. Philip O'Mara. Mr. O'Mara, or rather Dr. O'Mara, is already present in the witness box.
I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
and nothing but the truth.
truth.
Dr. O'Mara, what's your full name?
Philip Ian O'Mara.
Thank you. You're the Director of the Participation and Inclusion Branch in the Department of Health and Human Services, Victoria.
That's
that right?
correct. Yes.
Thank you. You've made a witness statement for the Royal Commission, WIT stop 0378 stop 0001 stop 0001. Do you see the first page of that statement on the screen before you now?
I do.
Now, in response to a request, you've caused to be made a document which provides references to information that appeared in paragraphs 33 to 42 of the statement, and I'll ask that that be displayed for you as well. RCD stop 9999 stop 0230 stop 0001. Is
Yes.
that the document you've caused to be
That's
prepared, which gives references to the information in paragraphs 33 to 42?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the statement, which is a statement dated 17 September 29, and the references to the paragraphs I mentioned, with respect to both of those documents in combination, to the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of the documents true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Commissioner, I tender those documents as one exhibit.
As one exhibit, yes, all right. Well, the witness statement of Dr. Philip O'Mara of the 17th of September 2017 and the further information in relation to paragraphs 33 to 35, 37 to 42 will be exhibit 10-22.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. O'Mara, your statement relates to a designing for diversity approach that is available within the government of the state of Victoria, doesn't it? Before I ask you questions about that particular approach, I want to ask you a couple of questions about the state of affairs prior to the introduction of designing for diversity. And in particular, could I ask you about a program which applied in particular as an element of the home and community care program in Victoria from about 2012 onwards? Is it the case that home and community care became CHSP in Victoria in recent times?
That's correct.
CHSP in Victoria still has many of the attributes of the previous home and community care program, does it?
During transition arrangements, that's correct.
And when did the transition commence, roughly?
So my understanding, and noting that this is not something directly within my remit, but I do have an understanding of how the arrangements worked. The transition arrangement commenced, I believe, in 2016 and has taken place over that time, and some of the kind of final parts of that transition arrangement conclude in the middle of next year.
So the plan is that the transition will be complete by the middle of 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, an element of what was formerly known as Home and Community Care Program and is now CHSP under the transition you've described, was there a policy known as Diversity Planning and Practice?
Yes, there was.
And could you describe any aspects of that diversity planning and policy practice that involved assistance given to service providers to either create human services that catered for diversity or to transform existing services into services that cater well for diversity?
Of course. So there's probably two broad points to make. The first is that the diversity planning and practice approach was, as you've mentioned, part of the home and community care program. It was a framework in its own right. So one part of that assistance that would be provided to, that would be available to providers was the framework and the guidance. So the guidance was very detailed and included kind of multiple steps that providers were asked to undertake over the course of a year to assess need and to plan for that and then to review it. So I just want to explain the kind of framework element of it. And the second part is a number of roles which existed, which supported that approach being given effect in practice. So, and they were based in the community providers. So for example, four different roles as part of that program: access and support officers, wellness and reablement officers, Aboriginal development officers, and also diversity officers. And so this, if you like, was a workforce that helped to support the application of the approach in the home and community care program.
Can I just ask about the last of those roles first?
Yes.
Were those diversity officers also known as diversity advisors?
Yes, yes. So
and were they?
You're using the right term, not me.
And was the diversity advisor role funded by, I'll just use the expression government, I'm not certain what the mix of state and federal contribution to the program might have been or might be under the current transition, but let's just say government. Was it a role funded by government to assist the particular service provider, which was what, typically a community organisation?
That's right.
And to assist it in what way?
So yes, it was funded by government, so originally by Victorian government as part of the home and community care program, and co-funded during the transition arrangements from state carriage of that service to the future state where the Commonwealth will have sole responsibility for it.
Thank you. And the role of the diversity advisor, I think you said they were actually in the community, so
yes, they were
attached to the particular community organisation that had the grant under the program to provide community care services. What were they actually? What was their function? What was their function in that organisation?
So the first thing to note is that there was, to my understanding, 10 advisors. And that's across the state. So it wasn't the case that every service provider had their own advisor, but it was a capacity to support on an area basis the planning work to be undertaken to understand the community needs. So they would work with a number of service providers in a particular area. They would assist those service providers to follow the framework that I mentioned a moment ago. And the first part of that is knowing your community and their needs, so drawing upon data that's available for that purpose. And there's multiple sources of that data to kind of understand the need at a local level, which is obviously very variable across the state. And then to plan, including jointly, jointly across different service providers. So they would be brought together to talk about how they would collectively meet the needs of the diverse population of that geographic area. And so, if you like, it had a kind of proactive capacity to work, to prompt a collaborative way of working in place, and also to look at the data and work out who might not be accessing services, who might need them. So look at what the kind of what the gap was between the known population groups of a particular area and those who might be actually accessing services at the time, and then tailor approaches to better support those groups, including making them feel safe to approach services.
Thank you. And just to clarify, if I didn't ask a question about this at the outset, when we're talking about the community organisations who had grants, presumably under home and community care, now in transition as CHSP, the services in question include services to people over 65 years old who are requiring care in the community or even at a lower level, care at home. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
Yes.
Now, the second of the four roles that I wanted to ask you questions about in particular was access and support. I think you mentioned access and support or access and support officers. I can't
That's right.
recall the exact expression you used. Could you please tell the Commission what was or what is access and support?
So the access and support function, so performed by access and support officers, was in two parts. So the first part, to my understanding, was assisting directly individuals who, for a range of reasons, often because they come from diverse community backgrounds, who were facing barriers to accessing the home care support to which they might be eligible and which was available. So they had a direct interface with potential clients who were seeking support. And the second part of their role, to my understanding, was system improvement, that was really working back into government to make sure that at a kind of more systemic level, the kind of improvement of the system to better respond to this need at the outset was being met.
Thank you. With respect to the role of assisting individuals who might be facing barriers, does that include navigation services, that is putting them in touch with the information that they might require to make decisions about what services might meet their needs, and then assisting them to understand that information and possibly linking them with a service?
So again, noting my only high-level knowledge of the program, that is my understanding. So I think it was the role, that part of the role of the access and support officer was of a navigation function.
Thank you. Now, to the best of your knowledge, understanding that you don't have a direct supervisory role in respect of access and support, what's the current status of access and support? Is it subject to the transition that you mentioned?
It is subject to the transition. So the positions that I've mentioned across the four different categories are funded until the end of this financial year, so to 30 June next year. And so during this period, the Commonwealth, with the lead on the program,
On the program, CHSP?
CHSP, is undertaking some trials of different models of navigation functions. And to my understanding, one of the models that is being considered during that trial phase is akin to the access and support function, which is performed under the Victorian model.
And is this part of the national navigator trials? Do you know?
Yes, that's my understanding.
All right. And so if there was evidence that had been given to the Commission suggesting that there's, in essence, still trials or pilots running until about mid-next year in relation to the navigation trials, does that raise a concern in your mind about whether there's going to be continuity of access and support service provision to the Victorian community by about the middle of next year?
Of course, we would certainly like to see continuity rather than disruption in the service or the the benefits that the approach that has been taken in Victoria has, in our view, delivered. I understand that there are discussions at officials level between the Commonwealth Department and the department that I'm part of, and we certainly have an interest in seeing the navigation model or models which might be put in place by the Commonwealth resolved early in 2020 to such that there wouldn't be any disruption to existing services or benefits.
All right, thank you. Now, separate from the transition of those programs that I've been asking you about, there's a methodology that's being rolled out progressively within the Victorian State Government, which you speak to in your statement, called Designing for Diversity. Is that a correct summary of the gist of what you're describing in your statement?
That's right. Look, it's being rolled out firstly in the Department of Health and Human Services, by me and my team. It's certainly shared more broadly across government and is available to others, but we're kind of starting with our department.
Thank you. Now, just before I ask you some questions about what is it,
yes,
I'm just going to ask you about what's the need for it. What's the status of either government department or a particular human service modality for which a government department has a responsibility that calls for the need to have this framework. Now, could I ask you to look at what you said in your statement at page 22, please, operator. Paragraph 121 might be a good place to start. You've said there needs to be a significant shift in practice by policymakers and service designers. This includes an evolution from a purely population-specific approach to diverse communities towards greater recognition of the variability within groups themselves and of the complex intersectional effects of multiple and compounding factors on outcomes for individuals. So what's the current state of play that raises the need for designing for diversity?
So I think, and this is a more general point, I mean, I think it's been true.
It is meant to be a general question. I'm not asking you to comment on any particular department or service provider or service modality, but to address my question at a general level.
Yeah. So the first thing I'd say, and part of what we're seeking to achieve through this is consideration of the needs of diverse communities at the outset of any piece of work. And I think, and so to go back to your question, I think in the past, across many areas of kind of public administration, that hasn't always been the case. So I think it has been the case in the past that policies of all kinds have been developed without due consideration of the complex needs that people have, and including where that arises from their backgrounds and elements of diversity. So so that's the first point. The second point I would make is we know that the health and wellbeing outcomes, so this is to come at it from a Department of Health and Human Services perspective.
Health and wellbeing outcomes, did you say?
Yes, that's right. So you know, are people well? Are they physically healthy? Are they mentally healthy? Are they safe and secure? These sorts of high-level outcomes that are our primary orientation, we know are not that there's quite variable experiences across different cohorts, and and the Commission will have heard this in an aged care context, but it's true more broadly as well, that particular groups don't fare as well in terms of those type of life outcome measures. And one way that we can go about improving that is by equipping people to consider those needs at the outset of any piece of work that we do. And so that's the kind of the underlying reason for us undertaking this piece of work.
Thank you. And in paragraph 121, when you talk about a population-specific approach, what do you mean by that? You're talking about an evolution from a purely population-specific approach. What do you mean by that?
So thank you. So what I would say is as we've got better over time at thinking about different needs, I would say the first stage of that was thinking about different population cohorts. So it might have been to have a focus on the needs of culturally and linguistically diverse groups or LGBTI Q groups. And so I suppose what I'm trying to get at is a kind of a single population group approach without understanding that even within that group, there's a kind of a world of diversity. So, what we talk about in terms of this approach is diversity within diversity and acknowledging that. And so we're trying to go from a view where we kind of view individuals through one frame or to a much more sophisticated approach, which acknowledges that diversity of the lived experience even within what looks like one group.
Yes. Has that got a connection with person-centred care?
It does, and so person-centred care is quite foundational for us as a department, so it's the first of our strategic directions. And we would see the other concept, which is outlined in my witness statement and which I know has been spoken about in this hearing, is intersectionality. So intersectionality is for us this concept of diversity within diversity, and the idea that an individual may, because of the multiple rather than one strand of their identity, face additional barriers to either accessing services which are there for them, or to participating in community life. And so we see intersectionality as the kind of theoretical underpinning of this initiative, and a vital ingredient in making person-centred care effective.
Thank you. Could we go, please, operator, now to paragraph 60 through to 62 on page 12. We'll just leave that on the screen for Dr. O'Mara to have access to, but I'll just ask this question: what is designing for diversity? What are its key elements and purposes?
So designing for diversity is a set of resources that we developed for our own people within the department. So the department's obviously a big organisation. We have lots of people who are doing policy work or sort of service design work across a range of portfolios, be that health or community health, alcohol and other drugs, child protection, family service, so a huge array of services. The purpose of this tool was to equip any of our people who are commencing a piece of reform or significant service design work, and with the necessary information and prompts to grapple with the complexity of lived experience and need at the outset of that work. And so I can describe in a little bit more detail what the resources are, if that's helpful.
Well, thank you. And you've furnished the Royal Commission with lists of the resources. Perhaps we'll just ask the operator to display them on the screen as we go. We've got your fourth exhibit, which is VIH stop 0025 stop 0001 stop 0046. If we go to the next page, we have the start of that list of resources. And we've also got, you've also furnished the Royal Commission with the principles, I won't ask them to be displayed, the principles of design and the key elements of
Yes.
design.
Yes.
If you want to speak to any of those matters, please do so.
Look briefly. So again, going back to the purpose of this, this is not an attempt to provide a kind of a default diversity framework. What it is a set of resources which give all of the kind of detailed background, but the kind of more core documents, which are really the principles, the key elements, and the rapid review tool are a set of resources which prompt people to think about those needs. So it will ask people.
Bring that up. It's VIH stop 0025 stop 0001 stop 0036, please, operator. And the explanatory page is on the next page after that cover sheet, and then the checklist of prompts begins after that. We go to the next page. That's the rapid review tool, and then are these the prompts that you just mentioned?
Yes, that's right. So it's in effect looking at different parts of the policy development process that a policy advisor in working within the department would go through. And so in this case, it's starting with a kind of population and kind of needs analysis. This is framed at a very high level. It is, because it's meant to work across any number of portfolios rather than being specific to a particular type of system. So it's deliberately trying to ask generic but hopefully pertinent questions of the person leading the work so that they can consider at the outset those matters that we think are really important. And so this is one example, and this rapid review tool takes the user through 8 or 10, I think, such questions. And then one of the other documents, which is the key elements document, gives kind of some examples of different ways of giving effect to, or different ways of meeting diverse community need in the design.
VIH stop 0025 stop 0001 stop 0028. If we go past the cover page, we get to the introductory explanation, and then we have a table of key elements described with working examples. So we go then, this is the document you have in mind, Dr. O'Mara?
That's right.
We go to the next page, please, operator. We have an example of the way the document works.
So what it's trying to equip someone to do is, if you are working on a reform or design process, here's some of the things that you should have regard to. So in terms of what's the governance of the reform, how are you bringing people together? So members of the community, how are you drawing on expertise in doing that? How are you making sure you hear the breadth of voices that are essential to hear to make sure that piece of work is well thought through and will cater to the need ultimately. And on the right-hand side, it's giving some examples. So they're absolutely only examples. What it does illustrate is that and what we're trying to, I suppose, prompt people to consider that it's not only about getting the right people in the room. It can also go to enabling them to participate well as well. So where you are, for example, engaging people with a disability, making sure that the space that you create and the technology that's available supports their needs so that they can properly participate and contribute their perspective in that design phase.
In these materials and in your witness statement at paragraph 69C, you speak of the importance of approaching the design of service provision by way of a co-design methodology.
That's right.
Can you explain that?
Fundamentally, that's about designing with people, and rather than it being something that's department only driven. So, and there's any number of different ways of doing that and different kind of co-design methodologies. So, I mean, there's kind of formal and fairly traditional ways of doing that through reference groups and advisory groups, but also more contemporary design methodologies which involve people in defining the problem that's trying to be solved and coming up with solutions and kind of testing those solutions through a process to come up with the ultimate kind of design.
So, at least to this extent, is it true to say that it's Victorian government policy in the area of human services provision for service providers to consider their service delivery model through a co-design approach?
So I mean, I think it's I think we're heading in that direction. That's absolutely the direction that is set, and I think in certainly all of our more contemporary work that would be the case, and we would expect that that is the case at the service deliverer level as well.
Thank you. I want to ask finally about data and data collection and the importance of data. You've mentioned that topic in your statement. Is it also an element of the Designing for Diversity approach itself, that there should be, in effect, collection of data so that needs can be understood on a continuous longitudinal basis?
Yes, that's absolutely the case. So in equipping again our people to design well from the start, that goes to all of the elements which are kind of pretty core aspects of public administration and which allow us to assess whether we're having the impact we intended to. So that means being clear about what outcomes you're looking for from the outset in terms of health and wellbeing, but more importantly, in the context of the particular initiative, collecting the data which will enable you to assess whether that need is or whether that outcome is being achieved. And that goes, obviously, in the context of diversity, to collecting detailed data on different diverse groups, and so being as comprehensive as possible in terms of the data collection, but then also being able to measure by more than one strand of diversity as well. And we're getting better as we go, and we have some initiatives which are being put in place with this more sophisticated approach, which we would see as both good trials, but should they work well, the kind of future of data collection and outcomes measurement from our perspective.
I just want to suggest to you that I'm not talking about the agencies that that you have some responsibility for considering these initiatives over. I'm speaking more generally. I suggest that there's a little bit of a pattern of data being collected if it happens to be data that relates to billing or other administrative matters, or possibly to the preparation of plans for care of individuals. But there doesn't seem to be a deliberate attempt to set out to capture data from the outset about the needs of diverse groups in a way that proper analysis can occur about trends and aggregated phenomena. In Designing for Diversity, which is a work in progress, I understand, what's the intention? Is it that the data capture should be designed from the outset, irrespective of whether it's convenient for administrative, billing, or particular individual needs, so that it can give government a picture of developing trends and needs on an aggregated level, or?
So yes, yes, I think that would be fair to say. So it's to come back again to the kind of outcomes framework, which is our starting point as a department. That's our kind of core orientation and informs our design process. So and that's about outcomes for people.
So even if it isn't necessarily useful for a billing or a funding or a grant quantification purpose, it's something that the Victorian government wishes to
to cover for future planning purposes. Is that?
That's right.
Yep.
We would see it as being, in again, saying that it's a work in progress, and we have to adapt our systems as we go to capture that broader range of data. But we see that as essential in being able to assess whether or not good what looks on the surface like good health and wellbeing outcomes are actually shared across a range of groups, including diverse communities.
Now, you say in your statement that you haven't yet got to the point where designing for diversity has been applied in the aged care sector, which in Victoria includes quite a number of public sector residential aged care facilities, doesn't it?
That's right, yes.
So I'm not asking about the aged care sector, but with respect to the various human services in relation to which designing for diversity has been implemented, you give a number of examples in your statement of some of the services in question. At page 19, under the heading Measuring Outcomes, you give an example of data collection and outcomes for children and families. The foot of the page is where that particular subheading appears, Measuring Outcomes.
Yes.
And I won't read it out to you, and you're very familiar with it, but then going over the page, you refer to the compilation of an indicator library to support the consistent routine collection and analysis of outcomes. This is in paragraph 107.
Yep.
Outcomes data across its service delivery systems. Can you explain what that work involves and what the function of the indicator library will be in the future?
Yes, of course. The indicator library is something that will be built over time and will help us collect the information that we need to know whether the outcomes that we've articulated as a department are being met. So again, it all cascades from kind of the highest level outcomes and then applies in different service contexts. So the kind of structure of the outcomes framework is around outcomes, measures, and then indicators. The measure, there might be an outcome which is around safety of Victorians. The measure might be something like increasing safety, and remembering that from our perspective, that can apply in a range of different service contexts. And then the indicator might be where you're collecting data across those different service contexts, which we can then pull and use very readily to form a picture about the extent to which we're meeting that intended outcome for particular groups. So the indicator library is kind of like for the department's perspective, like a minimum data set that will be built over time and will enable us to very readily draw upon the right data across different systems to form a picture about how people are faring.
The Commission on an earlier occasion has received evidence that in the context of data analytics, it's very important to deliberately set out to design data capture from the outset in a way that involves foresight about the way indicators are going to be used in the future. Is this idea connected with the compilation or the development of the indicator library you've just spoken about?
That's right, yes.
And that paragraph 107, I take it that isn't limited to the example given about the particular adoption of a more intersectional approach to data collection in the context of children and families. It's a freestanding paragraph relating to the approach that's been taken to data collection across human services more generally. Is that right?
That's correct. So that is right. The reference to children and families is because we're effectively in that portfolio undertaking a proof of concept of the approach. So that's current work, and that's informing a broader rollout. So it's absolutely the intention to do that across the range of departmental functions.
Thank you. No further questions, Commissioner.
Questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. O'Mara. Dr. O'Mara, I should say. Very helpful. Thank you very much. You may go. Well, you're doing very good, speedy work, Mr. Gray. Who's next?
Well, we now may have a hiatus, and we've remedied the risk of a hiatus. We have another witness.
Excellent. And is the other witness Ms. Drowse?
Yes. Ms. Bergen will now take over, Commissioners. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Bergen.
I call Elizabeth Drodds.
I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall
will
give
be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Ms. Bergen.
May it please the Commission. Your full name is Elizabeth Drodds.
That's correct.
Have you prepared a statement for the Royal Commission, Ms. Drodds?
Yes, I have.
And is there a copy of your statement there in front of you?
Yes, there is.
Could you verify that it's yours?
It is mine.
Ms. Drodds, do you have any amendments to your statement?
Yeah, just a couple of amendments. 61C. That should read Chinese Community Social Services. So the same words, but in a slightly different order. And 61I, the Spanish provider is called United.
Thank you, Ms. Drodds. Apart from those amendments, do you have any other changes to your statement?
No, I don't.
I tender the statement of Elizabeth Drodds dated the 26th of September 2019.
Yes, well, the statement of Elizabeth Drodds dated 26th of September 2019 will be Exhibit 10-23.
Ms. Drodds, you are the CEO of the Australian Multicultural Community Services Inc.
That's correct.
And you've also served as the Victorian Multicultural Commissioner in 2008 to 2015.
That's correct.
AMCS was established 36 years ago.
That's correct.
And when it was first established, for the first 28 years, AMCS had a focus on Polish people. Is that right?
That's right.
And then in 2011, AMCS broadened its client base to include people from other cult groups.
That's correct.
Why did AMCS make that change, Ms. Drodds?
To put it simply, we didn't want to be surprised by the future. The makeup of ethnic communities in Victoria is changing, and the Polish community went down from number 7 in size to number 31. And we felt that we had expertise that we could share and utilise for the benefit of other ethnic communities. So that was the reason.
Ms. Drodds, during that time, in about 2011, were there many other ethno-specific approved providers in aged care?
It's about the same number like now. Many ethnic communities haven't been able to establish their own specific services. It was easier to establish ethno-specific services in the 1980s than it is now, I believe.
And why is that?
There was a particular initiative. A lot of the ethno-specific organizations started in the late 1970s and early 1980s. It reflects the Commonwealth government policy, including providing some funding, and also those communities at the time were larger in size than some of the communities that are now. So it really comes down often to the actual size of a particular community in terms of population, but also leadership within those communities. So we were fortunate to be supported by an Italian organization called Coesit when we were first established.
Ms. Drodds, could you describe for the Commission the services provided by AMCS?
So our services have changed over the years. Initially, our focus was mainly on migrant settlement and also establishing senior support groups, etc., in the early 1980s. Over the years, that has changed, and it's mainly support for ethnic seniors, but also we have an employment assistance program for immigrants who are looking for employment. We have adult community education classes, emergency relief. So the services that we provide for seniors, which is what I will focus on, is a range of, I will use the acronym CHSP, and also home care packages, which we've been providing since 1993, as well as community visitor scheme, which is slightly outside of the CHSP and home care packages. So these are the services that we provide.
I read that AMCS also provides bilingual direct care staff for other providers who have contracts with consumers to provide HSP services. Is
That's
that right?
correct. Mm-hmm.
And you run community engagement programs?
Yes, we do. That's one of our strengths. We believe that it's very important to engage with ethnic communities, to establish trust, rapport, to be there with them, celebrate the important days, to provide information, and work in a collaborative and partnership manner.
Ms. Drodds, you said that your client base is quite diverse, and in your statement you explained that approximately 85% of your clients are from 95% are from a cold background?
That's right. So we are very much inclusive, and we do have clients of Anglo-Celtic background. We are happy to support anybody who would like to be supported by us, but we certainly specialise in supporting ethnic seniors.
Yes, and approximately 12% of your clients are homeless or at risk of homelessness?
That's right.
So there would be an intersection between the two groups, for example?
Yes, there is. Migration can include a range of vulnerabilities and challenging situations. So certainly there are situations where we may receive a phone call from, I remember once from a Vietnamese senior in Seddon who was asked to leave and needed to find a place to sleep that night. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Drodds, you say that at AMCS you welcome specific requests for multicultural services?
Yes, we do. So overall, for us as an organisation, we really embrace diversity. It's part of our mission. It's who we are as an organisation. For us, there's no such thing as something being too difficult, too challenging when it comes to cultural diversity. So that's really what it's about, and we try to make sure that we employ staff and do everything possible to meet each individual person's needs depending on what they are, and of course each person may have different preferences and particular situations and life experiences that they've had.
Yes, and does it make good business sense to have a focus on multicultural services for AMCS?
Yes, it does, although I have to say we wouldn't describe it that way because we come from a slightly different perspective. For us, it's who we are and what we do. It's our purpose. That sort of description would be used mainly by large mainstream organizations or perhaps private organizations, but it absolutely makes sense from all sorts of point of view, including from a business perspective, because ethnic communities are aging at a faster rate than the general population, and that reflects the migration waves that we've had to Australia, including the 170,000 displaced persons that came between 1947 and 53, and then also the large migration waves of Italian, Greek, Yugoslav immigrants and others.
Yes, so perhaps a better way to describe it is that it makes, it's consistent with AMCS's business values?
Absolutely, absolutely, that's right. And part of that is respect diversity and being client-driven, etc. But it's also about doing the right thing and meeting the aged care quality standards as well.
Ms. Drodds, you mentioned that part of AMCS's work is to prepare information resources for other providers so that they can respond to cold senior needs in a more appropriate way?
Yes, we see that as part of our mission, being the voice for ethnic communities, but also utilising our strengths, bilingual, bicultural skills, to work in a partnership, because from our perspective, we are all in it together. Mm-hmm.
Operator, could you please bring up rcd.9999.0201.0001? Ms. Drodds, this is an example, as I understand, an example of your work in coordination with other organisations and the department, a multicultural perspective on dementia, case studies and community perceptions in the northwest region of Melbourne. Could you tell the Commission whether you've been or your organisation has been involved in training other providers associated with this work?
So not particularly with this work, but we certainly have had a range of initiatives in relation to cultural awareness training, and we do that regularly. I remember we partnered once with the Russian and Arabic community, and we ran a RAP, which was Russian, Arabic and Polish cultural awareness training. In relation to this particular project, we were asked by the State Department of Health and Human Services to develop perspectives about dementia in ethnic communities.
Yes. And how is this work funded?
So it was funded, it's the HEC logo is on the report, so that was the previous name for CHSP. So it was funded by the State Department here through the Home and Community Care Programme, which was the old name at the time.
Thank you, Ms. Drodds. Now, in your statement, you talk about the barriers that people with diverse experiences can have accessing when they try and access aged care. What are the most common problems and what services are available to address these problems?
So the first barrier that comes to mind is really being able to communicate in English. And we know that migrants who came in the 60s and 70s, they often haven't had the same opportunities to acquire good English. We also know that when people retire, they opportunities to speak English also reduces. So let's assume someone retired at 65 and they are 80 years of age now. Technically speaking, the only English language sort of speaking opportunities is maybe with their grandchildren. If they are likely, if they are of ethnic background, to participate in ethno-specific activities much more, so that's known as language regression. So information about services is another matter. So communication, being able to express what you need and what you would like, that's one. Number two is actually information provision. As I mentioned in my statement, what we also know from the census data is that certain ethnic communities do not use the internet in a significant way, up to 60% even. So when information is available online, well, that is not information that they can access. Also, often what's needed is support. It can be quite a difficult situation, particularly when crisis occurs, to be able to pick up the phone, know where to ring, and now we have a national system with My Aged Care, to be prepared and answer the questions that are being asked, about 20 questions, to feel comfortable about it, but most importantly, to express what you need, to answer the questions in a way that will result in access to services that you need. And if I can give an example, I had an auntie here, and she had difficulty accessing services. I attended an assessment that she had, and she wasn't going to get the right services because the question about incontinence wasn't asked. And towards the end of the assessment, I did have to step in and correct the situation because the way she was answering the questions, for example, so how are you managing with your meals? Oh, I'm all right. Do people come and see you? And said, yes, neighbors and friends come. So that can give an impression to an assessor that a person is in fact doing well. But that's not necessarily the case. We have to remember that generation particularly had to, and if they migrated here, they had very limited support services. And they had to rely on themselves. Many of them lived through the war, through 6 years of war. Some were deported to do slave labor. And so therefore, for them, a question, how are you managing? They have to manage because there's actually no other way.
Ms. Drodds, was this assessment an assessment by a My Aged Care assessor for a home care package or some other service?
No, it was an ACAS assessment, a comprehensive assessment.
You mentioned in your statement that and you mentioned just now that one-on-one support or face-to-face support is important in addition to client advocacy, and you mentioned the specialised support program Access and Support in Victoria. Could you please describe what those services relate to?
So I couldn't speak more highly about this initiative, and the staff at the Department of Health and Human Services here in Victoria really need to be admired for the foresight and initiative that they had a few years ago in recognition that there were significant aged care reforms happening in the aged care sector. They established what's known as Access and Support. On My Aged Care, this program is listed as Specialised Support Services, and we are fortunate to have 54 positions based in various organisations. AMCS has equivalent of 7 days a week of staff who are the bridge between services and the whole service system for not just in relation to aged care, because it can be access to housing if someone is experiencing homelessness. And so it's being the bridge between the services and also people who really may have difficulty accessing the services, are not familiar with the system, don't know what they can ask for. They know what they need usually, but certainly it comes down to being able to express that as well. We've had that program for several years, and one of the things that I've asked our staff as part of preparing to be here today is how many hours it takes on average to onboard a client and link them to My Aged Care. And it's between 4 and 5 hours in our case. When I consulted other access and support workers, it can vary. It can be even 20 hours, and in extreme cases, even 55 hours that was given to me. Clearly, that wouldn't happen necessarily in 1 week. It may happen over 6 months. But if a case is particularly complex, and if someone has no family at all, or there was a family breakdown, that's what can happen. But each of those roles functions slightly different, and it's a particular organisation's decision. In our case, we aim to assist as many people with access as possible.
So what would a typical day in the Access and Support program worker look like?
Mm-hmm.
When you mentioned, I think you have one person
Yes.
on a full-time equivalent?
Yes. So 70% of that role is spent on one-to-one assistance. So it's actually visiting clients at home, explaining My Aged Care and what's available, contacting My Aged Care, being there with the client, and then any follow-up if it's needed. Any referrals are done by that particular worker. And 30% of that role is spent on community engagement, which means information sessions, and it's bilingual information sessions. So when we visit various ethnic communities and senior groups, we make sure that we either have a worker that speaks that language or we organise an interpreter.
Mm-hmm. So if the access and support worker doesn't speak the language of the particular client, they would organise an interpreter?
Yeah, or use one of the colleagues. So we work as a team. That's what's great about IMCS. So we have staff who speak many languages, and some staff are more than just bilingual. So we first and foremost, we tap into that if it's possible, and otherwise we organise interpreters. Mm-hmm.
So say, for example, that a client's due to have an ACAS assessment in Victoria, and they've had assistance from the care worker at AMCS through the Access and Support program, but there's a language barrier. Who would fund the interpreter on that scenario?
We are able to access interpreters as part of the program. So organisations that are funded through CHSP, there's a system in place that we can actually access that without us having to pay for that. Occasionally we do, but there's a system in place that we are able to tap into that, just the way doctors are able to access interpreters free of charge to them.
I see. So you could access a TIS interpreter to accompany the client through the ACAS assessment, is that right?
It doesn't mean that it's necessarily TIS. It can be whoever wins the contract in Victoria. That can change. So it used to be VIT, Victorian Interpreting and Translating Service. We are given a code and an organisation that we need to use for that purpose.
I see. So it's part of the Access and Support program funding that makes provision for interpreters, not it's not through the Commonwealth.
Not necessarily, from what I know, but we certainly also use TIS at times as well.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ross.
Might I also ask, is the support for general practitioners provided through the Victorian government, or is
No,
that
no, it's a Commonwealth.
It's a Commonwealth.
It's a national program, absolutely. It's been in place for a few years now.
Thanks, I wasn't familiar with that. Thank you.
Which groups is the Access and Support Program primarily directed at?
So it can be directed at any community, but as I mentioned in my statement, there are more than 200 different communities in Victoria. So that can create a bit of a challenge in our case as a way of prioritising and considering how we can assist ethnic communities the most, or what is the biggest impact that we can achieve. We focus particularly on the largest ethnic communities. So it is Italian community. The census data showed that here in Victoria there were 41,000 Italian seniors, 33,000 Greek seniors, and so we focus particularly on those communities, inclusive of all, but we aim to employ staff who speak those languages because that's, the demand is particularly there.
Sure. And as to the Access and Support Program, does that only focus on CALD groups, or does it also focus on clients with other diverse needs?
It focuses on CALD needs.
And why do you think it's been so successful? From your perspective, you mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, that
Yes.
you consider it a great success.
Absolutely, and I believe, I've worked in the community services sector and with migrant communities since 1991. I believe it's been successful because it's been designed and it responds directly to identified community needs. So that's why it's successful. It's going to be continued successful. It will be successful across the country if it was implemented. We are just lucky that it started here in Victoria and it exists.
Yes, and in identifying what the particular needs are of the community, was research conducted, or has it been more grassroots driven through having people placed with providers who specialise in CALD services?
I suspect it was a combination of both. So clearly that was initiated by the State Department of Health and Human Services, but that department has had a long tradition of working very closely in partnership with ethnic providers and multicultural providers.
Thank you, Ms. Drodds. I'm informed that this program is only available in Victoria. Do you know why that is?
It is because it was thought of and initiated by the State Department here and the staff who worked there, but it was also funded by that department. So it was funded purely by Victoria for the benefit of ethnic senior Victorians.
So setting aside that program now for a moment and turning to AMCS's business, what additional navigator services do you provide to your clients? So by that I mean assisting clients to access aged care, for example. Is that something
so
you do?
We have the access and support role, but it's not the only person. So staff in those two roles, and it's one full-time and another person who works additional day. That's not the only thing that we do. The approach that we have is that everybody who has contact with clients, we want them to know how to access My Aged Care and the process of doing that. So we have several coordinators of volunteers, and they do referrals for My Aged Care as well. I have done referrals to My Aged Care as a way of testing the system and knowing what it's like. Because I started my work as a community development practitioner, and I still believe that the best way to know and to learn is by actually doing. So as many staff as possible do that, and it's working.
Also on the topic of service navigation, you mentioned that you're aware of the Navigator trial in your statement and that it has some deficiencies. Could you tell the Commissioners a bit more about that, please?
So when we heard about this new initiative, and it was unfortunate that the access and support roles were actually not consulted when this idea came up, but when we found out about the organisations that were successful to implement that program, we made contact and we continue to work with them. I understand that there have been some difficulties during the implementation. I am not sure that navigating the system can work as successfully when it involves volunteers, which is really what it is.
And given the importance of communication, are there also limits to the telephone interface that's being used in the Navigator trial?
I imagine there would be all sorts of difficulties. Operating the whole telephone system and My Aged Care can be quite challenging for a number of reasons. So it can take a good hour to be on the phone, and particularly when there is an interpreter involved. I do have to say that whenever I've used My Aged Care, and on the basis of what staff say to me, the use of interpreters by My Aged Care is good. It's good. It's not as good on a Saturday, that's understandable, but the My Aged Care staff are really quite consistent in making sure that interpreters are available and used when someone cannot speak English when they contact them. Even if there's a family member available and as part of the process, they still want to use an interpreter, which is good.
I want to come to that topic perhaps now. You mentioned in your statement that there can be a high cost associated, for example, with translating home care package agreements proposed for clients with providers, whether clients from a non-English speaking background, and you give the example of a quote for an agreement to be translated in writing into the Tetum language, which is the national language of East Timor, in addition to Portuguese, and the cost was $3,500 for a single agreement. Is that right?
Yes, because translating is done by the number of words, so that's where the costs come in, and the cost would be similar to other languages as well. That's how it works. And now with the individual funding, the question for providers is who pays. Does this cost come out from a package, which for level 2, that would be a very significant amount, almost a quarter, and particularly at the beginning of the service, which is when the agreement will be needed, that creates quite a challenge. So these are the dilemmas that providers have, and called providers particularly, or ethno-specific providers, in a way it's a little bit easier because you may do one agreement and that will work for 50 Macedonian clients. When it's a multicultural provider or any mainstream provider who pays for that service, the Elder Rights Advocacy Organisation is saying that the organisation needs to pay for that, but I'm not sure that it's that black and white.
So on that example, did the client proceed to get a written translation prepared?
Not in this instance, but what the client has requested in this case is that her monthly statement about income and expenditure or profit and loss for her home care package, she likes that in the Tetum language, and we have found a way and negotiated in agreement with her how this information will be received by her. So at the moment it is working.
It's working. And do you know off the top of your head what sort of cost is involved for the interpretive work?
So the way we do it now is that the worker actually goes to the client's home and actually explains the statement.
I see.
That's how
so
we do
it's
it.
an oral interpretation. And while the interpreter's there, would the client also be receiving home care package services at the same time?
No, so we don't use an interpreter in this case. It's actually the care advisor that goes and to see the client, or it's done over the phone. So the statement, because the services can be quite similar. So personal care, for example, or domestic assistance, it is the same description on the statement every month.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Would it be the case that some clients that fall into the category that we're talking about now may not have any English, any literacy?
Absolutely.
And do you use interpreters to assist clients who experience that difficulty?
Yes, we do. Our approach, the approach that we prefer is that we utilise staff as much as possible. So, for example, we have 2 Greek-speaking case managers, 2 Italian-speaking case managers, and when we recruit for additional roles, language spoken is treated as on the same level like qualifications and experience in our case, because that's what clients prefer. So we utilise that level, that option for communication, but we also have, of course, bilingual direct care staff who can also assist with the communication as well.
Thank you, Ms. Drodds. Ms. Drodds, there was a significant wave of East Timorese migrants in the late 90s into Australia, and I'm interested to understand whether you've got the care worker that you mentioned who attends with the particular client each month to assist her understand the statement. Is that an employee of AMCS?
Yes, so I suppose so. I haven't checked. We do both. So we have our own staff, but we also broker in. So if we do not have an employee who speaks a particular language or has other attributes and skills or knowledge that a client indicated as their preference, then we broker in from other organizations. But it doesn't mean that a client from a particular community wants actually a worker who speaks that language. What we find is that some clients are quite big on anonymity, privacy and confidentiality. They don't necessarily want a Filipino senior, may not want a Filipino-speaking worker or Tagalog. The same, we have an Italian client who really liked his Polish care worker from the council prior to getting a home care package, and his choice was to continue with that worker. So he's paying $60 an hour for that worker to continue with him, which is more expensive than normally it would be, but that was his choice. So that's how we accommodate clients' preferences.
Ms. Drodds, what solutions do you offer clients such as the East Timorese person that you mentioned who may be struggling to understand the terms of the agreements available as they go through the process of selecting a home care provider?
So we look for solutions, for practical solutions. We are transparent and honest in our communication. We do that right at the beginning when an initial client inquiry comes through. If we are not able to meet a particular client's needs, we say so, because in the end, it's not going to work for that person and for us as well. Clearly, we want to provide services in a way that actually that results in client satisfaction. Otherwise, it's just not a good arrangement. So we are transparent, and then we communicate and negotiate and look for satisfaction, mutual satisfaction arrangement. So I know with that client, everything is working the way we've communicated, and yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Drodds. Now, turning to the topic of workforce, you mentioned in your statement that some of your staff have a migrant experience and can relate to challenges and barriers and at times financial and severe economic hardship, trauma, war experience, and know firsthand what it means to live in a country where you don't speak the first language. Can these skills be trained in a workforce?
I believe they can. We also employ Anglo-Celtic Australians. We employ people who identify as being gay or lesbian. And over the years, I have observed that if someone is willing to learn, is interested, and has empathy for another human being, is able to get a deep level of understanding what it may be like for someone who doesn't speak English, someone who experienced trauma or lived through a migration experience. And migration has a price. It's often associated with uprooting and leaving what you know and what you're familiar and living in an environment. And sometimes migration is actually not by choice. There are couples where perhaps the husband wanted to come and the wife didn't. But in the end, a decision has to be made and has been made. So I see the benefit of our staff having that experience. Absolutely. I think it's an additional value adding. It helps in being able to understand ethnic seniors much more, even if they come from another culture. Just knowing what it's like, it means a lot. And people sense that and they know that.
Yes, and you mentioned the value empathy. Is that a value that you look for in recruiting workers to AMCS?
Absolutely, absolutely. So non-judgmental, a quick learner. I believe that being a care worker is quite challenging. It's because of consumer-directed care and the focus on client choosing. I am not always comfortable with us changing workers on the basis of clients' preferences to the extent that is requested. So if I can give an example, a worker who was trained as a psychologist overseas, her English is limited, so she's not able to work in her profession. She works as a care worker. She was vacuuming at a client's home. It was a hot day. She came to the kitchen and wetted her face. And the client got very upset that this happened in her kitchen sink, not the bathroom. And she asked for that worker to never come again. I find that I'm, as a professional, someone who manages an organization that supports ethnic seniors, I think it's a matter of balance between rights and including rights of the workers. I don't believe our balance is right, not just AMCS, but overall as an industry, the casualization of the workforce. I cannot think of any other profession where you come to work and you don't know what hours you will work a particular week. That may change because the client, just maybe finds it difficult to get on with you or has a different preference. I believe that in terms of workforce, which is what you ask for, I think the whole issue of casualization is a big issue, but also getting the right balance between fairness for all concerned.
Thank you, Ms. Drodds. You mentioned in your statement that at AMCS you don't use the expression culturally safe. That's a term used in the aged care quality standards. And I wanted to ask you what terms you prefer and why you prefer not to use the expression culturally safe.
So I think culturally is the sort of rather new expression that is now part of the new aged care quality standards, and clearly we will use it in official correspondence, and when we have an audit and we provide our evidence and self-assessment, that's the expression that we use. But in our day-to-day language, in meetings and etc. with staff, we continue to use something that's a bit more descriptive, like culturally responsive, culturally appropriate. So that's where we're coming from. Perhaps we will start using it in a greater sense, but at the moment we certainly don't, and that's the reality. But we clearly know what that means. It's about people feeling safe to ask for what they need and what they would like. It's part of this sort of not being concerned and worried that if you make a complaint there may be retribution. It is described in the aged care quality standards.
Yes, appreciate that you understand what it means. And the word safe can also sometimes imply some sort of risk. And I was wondering, is culturally safe an expression that doesn't translate well in some languages?
Absolutely, and I know for migrants, I've worked with ethnic seniors for 28 years, and I wouldn't use the word safe. Cultural safety, this is a bureaucratic jargon that we have. But the word safe, the first thing that comes to my mind, well, am I not safe and will I not be safe? We also have to remember that Australia had a White Australia policy, and it was not safe for people to be migrants of ethnic backgrounds at the time. They did not feel, the policy was such where people didn't feel included and treated equally and had access to the same opportunities that others had. So we will continue to use it, but very carefully.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Drodds. We mentioned we discussed at the start of your evidence the concept of AMCS's business model of care and business values, and I wanted to circle back to that now that I'm coming to the end of your examination and ask you, is it your view that diversity should be part of business as usual for providers across the board?
Absolutely, absolutely. I hope that as part of this continuous improvements, as part of the hearings of the Royal Commission and efforts for things to improve and change. I mean, clearly we are having a Royal Commission because there's a reason for that, and more than one reason. I hope that COLD seniors and people with other special needs as well, in the case of AMCS, this is what we focus on particularly, is that people will feel included, heard, that their needs and preferences will be met, or certainly providers at least will try their utmost to do that. It is not always possible. The reality is that there's a shortage of staff, particularly with certain languages. There are other challenges, but I think as long as all of us try to do whatever we can to make a difference, and practical difference, and to respond to people's needs and their particular preferences, things should work much better. But diversity, it's something that's very important, because that will continue for at least another 10, 20 years and even further, because the Chinese community in Victoria is now the second largest ethnic community in Victoria and probably Australia. And the Indian community has doubled in size in Victoria in 5 years. That's extraordinary.
And given those sorts of numbers, can other providers learn to develop, to provide care and to train their staff to provide care in a way that's culturally appropriate?
They can, and I hope they will. I mean, clearly it comes down to commitment, communication, cultural awareness. So commitment for me is the start. Commitment from management, from boards. I did wonder in terms of solutions, perhaps there should be ongoing professional development made as a requirement for boards and for management. We don't have that at the moment. Other professions have ongoing professional development. It would make a difference if boards and management had actually ongoing professional development about cultural diversity as a requirement. Not all providers reflect, for example, their boards reflect the diversity of the population that they serve.
Yes, and is composition of a provider's board also important?
Yes, it is, because it is boards that develop and approve strategic plans for organisations. It is boards that approve budgets. So it certainly starts at that level as well. And it's very important that it's not done in a tokenistic way, but reflects the true commitment and wanting to make a difference.
Thank you very much, Ms. Drodds. Commissioners, that concludes my examination of this witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ross. That's been very helpful indeed.
Thank you.
You're free to go.
Would this be an opportune time to have a lunch break, Commissioners?
It would. Now, the next witness you had planned for 2:45.
Yes. Just let me check with my instructor. Is Pedro available early? At 2? Yes. Thank you. Yes, we can call Mr. Panther at 2 o'clock after the luncheon break.
Right. In that case, we'll adjourn till 2 o'clock.
We'll stand. Royal Commission is now adjourned to 2 p.m.
Yes.
I call David Colin Panter.
I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth, the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Mr. Bergen.
Mr Panter, have you prepared a statement for the Royal Commission?
I have.
And is there a copy of your statement there in front of you?
There is.
Do you have any amendments to your statement?
No.
Is it true and correct to the best of your information and belief?
It is.
I tender the statement of David Colin Panter, dated the 26th of September 2019.
Yes, the witness statement of Mr. David Panter, dated the 26th of September 2019, will be Exhibit 10-24.
Mr Panter, you're the CEO of ECH Incorporated,
Correct.
and ECH is a non-denominational, not-for-profit organisation established in 1964.
It is, yes.
And you also have some other roles in the aged care sector. Could you describe those for the commissioners?
I'm the elected board director for South Australia and the Northern Territory to the Board of Leading Age Services Australia, one of the peak bodies. I'm also the chair of the South Australian Council of Social Service, and through that elected board director to the board of the Australian Council of Social Service.
Mr Panter, you have 40 years' experience in health and social care in both the UK and Australia.
That's correct.
And could you please describe ECH's business both before and after 2014?
Yes. So ECH was created back in 1964 as a provider of housing to war widows. And over 50 years, it grew into the large sort of aged care provider, providing independent living housing or retirement village housing, as well as home care and wellness services and residential aged care. And by 2014, it had 11 residential aged care facilities, so with 1,200 licensed beds. And at that point, it was the biggest provider of such a service to the state of South Australia. But at that same time, the board made a strategic decision to move away from residential aged care, to sell that part of the business, and to refocus itself on providing housing and home care to older South Australians.
And why did the board decide to sell its residential care business?
I think there were a couple of factors. This was just before my arrival. It led to my arrival to take the organisation forward on the next step of its journey. But there's a couple of reasons. One was the increasing issues around compliance, and particularly around the capital upkeep of those facilities and the ability to raise capital investment to invest to keep them updated. But the overwhelming view and reason was around recognising that older people themselves increasingly were voting with their feet and wanting to stay at home. And given that we had such a strong housing base, given that we provided houses for over 50 odd years, we've got almost 2,000 housing units now across South Australia, that we should focus on expanding that, enabling people to have a home in the community as they age, but increasingly providing home care services to people in their traditional homes.
And your recruitment was part of the part of the implementation of the strategic decision by the board to move more specifically into home care? Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, I think as with many aged care organisations, there can tend to be I wouldn't say stagnation, but a lack of movement in the leadership. So within ECH, I'm the third chief executive in 55 years. The first was there for over 30. My predecessor there for almost sort of 20, and then I've been there for 4.5. The board decided, and it was appropriate for my predecessor to leave at that point and to bring in somebody new who had perhaps a broader range of experience around housing and home care, and to transform the organisation. And it's been a real privilege to be given that mandate by the board to modernise and transform an organisation exactly as we've been doing.
Mr Panter, how significant was the sale of the residential care business to the innovation work that you'd been asked to do?
It was critical because both in terms of freeing up sort of management capacity and board capacity to do the strategic thinking, because again, that compliance regime around residential aged care can actually take a huge amount of energy and time within organisations and become the dominating focus, no matter what the intent is to innovate. But it also created the capital to be able to invest in innovation. And so we've been able to use the funds from the sale of the residential aged care facility business to invest that and to use the return from that investment to be able to fund a whole range of innovation, not just in the way in which we're responding to the diverse needs of the community, but into technology companies, into different styles of housing for different types of groups in the community as they age.
Could you give the commissioners an example of the work that the innovation work that the sale funded?
So for example, in terms of our housing, we've been able to think very differently about the type of housing we provide and respond more appropriately to the changing needs of older people. We were an organisation that largely had housing which was on a retirement village model where you bought into that housing and had very little rental. We now have 30% of our housing rented because we've responded to the growing need in housing stress amongst older people, particularly older women, to be able to provide them with an affordable rental accommodation as an alternative to the private rental sector. But our work that we're doing in technology, so we've been able to use some of those funds to buy a significant share in a small tech company developing a home monitoring system called Billy Care, which is a great example of how we're able to extend our service in enabling people to carry on living independently in their own homes longer.
How have care recipients responded to the use of technology in the home?
It's been really positive. I mean, I think if people can see that it has a real benefit, and that's both the individual care recipient, the older person themselves, but also the family, and that's what we love about Billy, is that through an app it gives family confidence that their mum, their dad is doing okay at home. It's also non-intrusive, it doesn't have a camera, it works on movement sensors. But from the older person themselves that are using it, the feedback that's coming back to us now is that they were, a bit au fait, didn't really necessarily want to have it. They could see it was going to have some benefit for their family. But what it's really done, and what they keep saying to us, it's stopped all the nagging phone calls because their son or their daughter can now see that they're up, they're out and about, they've had their breakfast today, etc., by looking at the app, and therefore the conversations that they're having now with their children and family are back to where they should be, around the quality of life, around what's happening in people's lives, not checking up whether somebody's done something.
So you mentioned that Billy app doesn't use cameras. How can residents see that, how can family members see that residents, their mums or dads, are up for the day, for example?
It's just it uses motion sensors which detect movement around the home, and by attaching those to a magnet we can see whether a door is opened or the fridge door is opened, the pillbox is opened, and that information is collected and gets fed into through an app. So from a family member's perspective, they can look at their app and they can see, okay, mum's had her breakfast between 8 and 9, that's a green tick, that task has been done. So it uses that movement information to translate it into information that people can then look at readily anytime they wish to on their app. And they can also look at patterns as well. So, and from a provider perspective, that's what we're very keen to look at, is, for example, not necessarily whether somebody has been to the toilet twice a night, but whether or not their toilet behaviour has changed significantly, because if suddenly they're going to the toilet more, that's probably a good indication that they may have a urinary tract infection, which we know left unchecked could result in a fall. So as soon as we see the change in the toileting behaviour, we can check that they have or haven't got a urinary tract infection and prevent a potential fall.
So does ECH have staff actively monitoring the data through the Billy app?
That's correct, yes. And our care managers who look after home care packages have access to that information for any of their clients that are using that system.
So 5 years down the track, I think it must be since the sale of the residential care business. How does ECH regard that strategic decision at the moment?
I think
How's it going?
my board is incredibly pleased. I think they're seeing the sort of changes that they hoped we would see as an organisation. We've been able, through focusing on our sort of home care activity, to grow that part of the business, and also within the way in which we market that, we can be incredibly authentic in terms of, we have if there is any vested interest in somebody going into residential aged care, we don't have that because we don't provide that service. And so it's really liberated us to be able to focus on what we are now about, which is essentially to enabling people to stay living at home independently for as long as they wish, and increasingly, if they choose, to have a good and respectful death at home. And we enabled about 300 people last year to have a good and respectful death at home.
And is that through use of palliative care services in home care packages?
It's through a range of, actually some within their home care package, some with more complex needs require specialist palliative nursing, and we can bring that in from partner organisations like the RDNS where required. But we have some of that skill within house, and we're growing that skill.
And say a home care client, you identify, or the client identifies, or their family member identifies a possibility that they may need to enter residential care. How is that regarded?
So, I mean, if essentially, from our sort of perspective, if somebody leaves one of our home care packages to go into residential care, we sort of treat it as a failure on our part. We're not denying their right to be able to go to residential care. It's about what can we learn from that. Were there things that we could have offered as a service? Were there things we could have done differently that would have avoided that decision having been made? And through that process, we have been able to identify a number of factors which we think are a key catalyst, if you like, for people entering residential aged care, either earlier than they ideally wanted to, or they didn't want to and they've ended up there. And so, for example, number one in that list at the moment is carer stress. And it's due to the large numbers of people on the national prioritisation list for home care packages, and families desperately trying to keep mum or dad at home, and then it all just becoming too much. After that, it's access to a GP for very simple things like a medication review. That's what led us to innovate by actually getting a GP in our own employment who can actually undertake some of those medication reviews. And at the moment, we're very pleased. From the data we've got, and when we look at the national data, about 45% of people in a home care package eventually end up in residential aged care. Our current equivalent figure is around 15%, 1.5. So we believe the sort of actions and the learnings we're making to carry on supporting people at home are working, and we'll continue to work at that.
You mentioned the queue for home care packages. Has that had a noticeable impact on your opportunity to grow at ECH?
Absolutely, it has. We know that, we've currently got around about 170 people in our care who are waiting for a home care package and are surviving at the moment on the Commonwealth Home Support Programme. Unfortunately, the more of the Commonwealth Home Support Programme that gets consumed by people waiting for packages, the less availability there is in that programme for people who have the low-level needs that it was originally intended to. And that has an impact on some of the diversity work we're doing and the services we can provide. So certainly they're not growing as quickly. And also, and this is a South Australian perspective, but we're a South Australian provider, in the old system before consumer-directed care, a formula was used to allocate packages relative to the number of population over 70 per thousand. Under that basis, South Australia would have got a higher percentage than its straight population share because of the more aged nature of that population. That approach no longer exists, and so under that old formula, we would have got around about, as a state, about 11% of the available packages, compared to being 8% of the population generally. But in the current model, where that factor isn't in play. South Australia, I think on the last quarter report, was just under 7% of available packages were coming to South Australia. So we feel that there's less packages than should coming to South Australia, but equally, people generally are frustrated that they've not got the packages. That impacts upon our business.
Can I just unpack that a little bit and try and understand it? Is it, in moving to the national prioritisation system, that South Australia might have been provided previously, loosely, according to its said need, but because we've got a national system now, it's firstly going to the needs of those with a higher priority nationwide, and then it comes down lower to state or regionally based packages?
That's correct. That in the old world, the allocations were to the providers, so there was greater ability to control how many packages, whereas now, as you say, it's individual need, which then depends upon the different ACAT services in each jurisdiction, using the same benchmarks, the same approaches, and assuming that that's a level playing field.
Yes.
And I think in reality, certainly from a South Australian perspective, it doesn't feel that. It feels we're getting less packages than we actually need of the available ones that are available.
Clear nationwide. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Panta, I want to ask you now about the work that has been done under your leadership on ECH's diversity statement. Operator, could you please bring up Tender Bundle 114? This is the ECH diversity statement?
It is, yep.
Now, I noticed that a couple of things about it. One is that it's much broader than the concept of special needs in the Act or in the diversity framework.
That's correct. And that, goes back to when we were looking at how best to enable the organisation to develop and grow and move forward. We went back to an approach which was very much taking all our key policies and redeveloping those in the context of a human rights perspective. And so that human rights perspective now sort of pervades all that we do, and our diversity and the whole issue of self-determination sits within that broader context of our human rights approach.
And it says that the diversity extends to an array of knowledge, worldviews, skills and perspectives.
Absolutely.
How is the diversity statement applied in ECH's business?
So it's used both in terms of the internal workings. So the example that you have on display here is a poster that's across all of our sites to remind staff and our service users what we're about in terms of diversity and our inclusive approach. But it's also used to guide our activities in terms of when we're thinking strategically about a new issue, how do we ensure we're being inclusive? If we're thinking about designing a new service, how do we do that? If we're doing advocacy work, where is the focus that we should be placing? And in some ways, the example I've already given about the shift in our housing from largely being buying into to increasing the amount of rental was again informed by this approach, because we could see in terms of social disadvantage, and particularly amongst that group of older women, that there were issues there that we should be trying to ensure that our services were inclusive to, and having a rental option was an important part of that.
How is the diversity statement connected, if it's connected at all, to the Commonwealth's diversity framework?
I wouldn't say there's a direct connection other than the word diversity. And I understand and clearly am aware of the diversity framework and know many of the team involved in that. And certainly this takes that and translates it into practice on the ground.
So is this really saying that diversity should be business as usual?
Absolutely. It's, to my mind, you cannot talk about person-centred care without talking about diversity. Because person-centred care for me, within that human rights context, is about starting where the individual person is. And that means looking at their unique history. And that takes you straight to diversity.
How much cultural change was required around that time, 2015, when the statement was rolled out?
I think it certainly has been a journey, and it's taken a lot of effort and consistent effort. I mean, for my mind, again, diversity is not something you can play with or is a nice frilly add-on. It's got to be core to the business, and it has to inform the way in which you do your core business. So for us, that's just as much about what happens in our recruitment process for staff, our induction for staff, how we advertise our services to the community, how we guide the way in which we practice in our actual day-to-day delivery of a service. All is part of the diversity framework. And I think it's also, again, and I shouldn't need to say this, but I think I will, because I think it's important to recognise, and it is in my statement, that I am very much, and have been since I was 15, an openly gay man, for whatever that means. And so we also had to be really clear as part of this journey that we're on, that this in ECH has not been about my personal mission as a gay man who happens to be the chief executive. This is about the business, and this is about the board. And it's my board that's led this process, and the board that makes key strategic decisions about things like whether we should go for the Rainbow Tick accreditation process, whether we should be focusing on particular activities. So it's a board decision. I clearly provide information on a whole range of things to the board, along with the rest of my exec team, and indeed our other stakeholders, including our consumers. But the board make the decision. So I just don't want to get anybody to get away with the idea of thinking that somehow, oh, well, ECH has done this because the chief exec is gay and the chief exec always gets his way. It's not the case.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Panther, although I haven't heard anyone suggesting that, and I wasn't trying to suggest that myself.
No, at all.
What challenges has ECH experienced in embracing diversity as usual?
I think it's been about that issue of authenticity. It's been about how do you actually make sure that it's something you're not paying lip service to, and therefore you do have to put the time and the energy in terms of the staff into training and development. You know, there's no reason to believe that our workforce is any different to the wider community. They will come with their own views, values, etc., etc. And it's our responsibility as their employer to help them look at what being inclusive means, what diversity is about. And so that does take time and energy and resource to actually make sure that we're providing the support to our staff. And so that can be a challenge. But also it's where we are looking at, and I suppose this is relevant to my last statement, that when we get some of the criticism or we get concerns raised either by our staff or indeed by our clients, that we respond appropriately. So for example, when the country was going through the process of the same-sex marriage postal survey, ECH took a very clear position that it was in favour of marriage equality. And the board asked me to communicate that to all of our service users and all of our staff. And so I wrote to all 15,000 of our service users saying that we believe this was a very important issue. This is why, and this is why it was important to older members of the LGBTI community, and that we weren't clearly telling them whether they should go yes or no in the survey, but we certainly wanted them to participate and encourage them to do so. We had a staff member who self-identified as a born-again Christian, whatever that might be determined to be, who produced a pack of information of the letter, of posters, of various things, and graffitied across them all, and sent that pack to every one of my board members, saying, do you know what your chief executive is doing? He's a sinner, he's promoting homosexuality, etc., etc. Now, my board dealt with that and could deal with it because of our diversity statement and because they had actually made the decision, it wasn't my personal campaign. And that staff member, after being counselled, made the decision for themselves that they could not be part and they could no longer work for us because of the views that we were taking being incompatible with their particular values. And so we had to say farewell to that member of staff. Likewise, we've had examples with our service clients where if a service user exhibits racism or homophobia, then we will talk and work with that individual to help them understand what their position is, and then for us to provide them with information and support. But if at the end of the day they still say, sorry, we are not prepared to accept a staff member from you who happens to be gay or happens to be African, then we'll say that we won't provide a service and we'll help you find another provider. And we've done that on 2 or 3 occasions. So again, that's the sort of the tough end of the challenge, if you like, that diversity and having a diversity statement isn't just all the nice, fluffy stuff. It's actually having a real edge to that, because that is the only way, I believe, that communities, those people in those particular communities, be it the coal communities, Aboriginal, LGBTI, know that you're real and mean what you say.
So is it partly about trust, Mr. Panta?
I think trust is key. I think people have to be able to trust an organisation when it says that it's inclusive, and will, so, you know, our advertising tagline is "Stay who you are, where you are."
Now, I'm conscious in having this conversation that there's a definition of special needs in the Act, and you critique it and say that it's not helpful to use badges because that can compartmentalise people and someone may identify with a number of the attributes. So I want to be conscious of that in asking you this question, which is how are older people stereotyped as they age in your experience?
I think that older people generally, in my view, tend to be infantilised as they get older, and we take away from them decision-making powers and and the notion of being able to take responsibility. And therefore, people often don't get to live the life that they want to lead, and end up with something which is not what they want. And so that, for me, is my overriding observation. And that then plays out within individuals, within families, within certain circumstances, around what that means for how decisions are made about whether somebody, for example, can stay at home. You know, there's a lot of mythology out there about somebody with dementia can't carry on living at home alone. In reality, we support a number of people with dementia. It very much depends upon their circumstances, where they're at in their particular journey with dementia, and how we can best support it. And that's where something like Billy comes into play. So there are things we can do. So I think we have that overriding stereotype. And then we also tend to think that people, as they get older, perhaps become more fixed in their ways. And that's what I think is particularly true in the case of the diversity question, where a lot of providers I've spoken to about the work that we do, I'll say, well, how do you deal with that? Don't you normal residents, clients, care recipients, don't they get worried? Don't they complain about it? And I have to say, we've certainly not found that the case at all. And indeed, it was encouraging that when we sent out the letter for the around the same-sex postal survey, we got overwhelmed with emails and letters from a whole variety of our service users saying how wonderful it was that we were taking that stand. So again, I don't think we can afford to say that as the people get older, they get more fixed in their ways and are more prejudiced against certain sections of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Panta. Now, I want to move to the topic of navigation and access and ask you how ECH supports clients to navigate aged care services, and what role do cultural ambassadors, for example, play?
Yeah, so again, I mean, I think it's not surprising that many people comment on how difficult it is to find your way through the My Aged Care system. And certainly what we find, and again, I think this is common with a number of providers, is that the most likely advocate for somebody in going through the system is an older daughter. Sometimes an older son, but usually in our experience, an older daughter. And so if I then take the example of the older LGBTI community, a gay man of 80, for example, increasingly is unlikely to actually have any children, or may have had children, but then lost contact with them because of them coming out later in life or whatever. And so when we did our co-design work with older members of the LGBTI community, this issue of navigation and finding your way through the system came up as a really big issue. And so we worked with the community to come up with a service response, which is our LGBTI Connect service. And so essentially what that means is that we now employ on a part-time basis, currently 2 older lesbians, 2 older gay men, and an older trans woman. And they act as those ambassadors, those navigators. They're the face of ECH out in the LGBTI community that people can approach to help find their way through the system. And we launched that service a year ago, and it has been incredibly popular. And particularly, I think the key was also for us in understanding, which again is perhaps not necessarily understood, that for the older LGBTI community, then services generally may not be accessible, but also how do you actually communicate with a group that is not necessarily confident in their own identities. And particularly in an environment, and again in South Australia now, there is no dedicated LGBTI newspaper or magazine. There's no dedicated venues. So there's no obvious place. So when we launched LGBTI Connect, we decided, and the board made this decision, that we just had to advertise mainstream. And we literally had our connectors, portraits, bigger than life size, on the size of buses and trams around Adelaide during the Feast Festival, which is the main sort of the Mardi Gras version for South Australia, and full page adverts in the local News Corp paper, the Advertiser, advertising the service, because it was the only way we could approach that group. And so and we've found that it has been successful, that people have found those individuals, and those individuals now help people get into the system. Our frustration is, having done all that, we're then not able to necessarily, and we found that those people need a service at that lower level in terms of the Commonwealth Home Support Programme. Then what we've found is that we often cannot then provide a service because we are fully booked in those services in the current CHSP model of the block funding. And because the consumers don't have a say and can't direct the funds for that component of their service, then we can't provide them with a service if we're fully booked. And so we have had situations where we've got, say, an older gay man at the point where they're happy to receive a service and wish to have that from us, but we've not been able to provide it. And despite being able to provide access to another provider, they won't necessarily go to that other provider because that other provider cannot guarantee, or the individual doesn't feel confident, that they're going to be inclusive and respect them in the same way that we would if we were providing the service. But we've really struggled with that.
So with services such as the LGBTI Connect initiative or other services provided through the diversity vision that ECH has, how do you resource extra services?
So, I mean, I think the extra services that we've provided tend to be around the social connection. Because we understand at ECH that the glue in actually helping somebody carry on staying at home for as long as they wish to, in addition to the service, is the social connection. It's how are they connected? And often it's good old-fashioned neighbourliness that has often evaporated in today's landscape. We know that from our own housing, that where people benefit is just from having that sense of somebody being able to pop in, sort of knock on their door if they don't come out one day, they'll check they're okay. They can see people out and about doing things around their units and can go out and have a chat. So we use some of our, if you like, our returns from our investments, not just in innovation, but in a benevolent role to create opportunities. And within the LGBTI space, for example, we provide a range of different activities, be they bus trips, outings. We have participate in organising dinners and lunches, social events that enable these people who are often isolated in their own homes to reconnect. And again, I think it's really important to just reflect on the nature of how somebody may find themselves. You know, I can think of a 93-year-old gay man who has no family at all for a whole variety of reasons. And the only living relative they're in contact with is a niece in another capital city, in another state. They had a partner for 50 years. They died, and all of their peers have died, and so they're completely alone. And with no community newspaper, no venues, even if they had the confidence to go and actually use something like that, it's very difficult. And so we found the social connection work, and for that individual, getting them involved in outings, getting them involved in events. You know, we've got our Feast Festival coming up at the beginning of November. ECH will have a very large contingent in the Pride Parade on the Saturday evening, one of the opening events. Last year we had about 70 people, some staff, but a large number of our older service users from the LGBTI community marching with us. And those sorts of events help people to connect, and they connect then outside of that event and get that social connection, which is just so vital to enable somebody to carry on living independently at home.
And is providing social connection then one of the ways that the aged care system can respond to diversity?
I think absolutely. I think the aged care sector is good at thinking about social connection, and we're beginning to think more broadly around intergenerational. Obviously, the work sort of currently vogue around young people, preschool kids, and older people. But you've got to think about that in diversity as well, and whether that's the coal communities, whether it's the Aboriginal communities, or the LGBTI.
You mentioned at paragraph 10 that the current aged care system does not prevent innovation in responding to diverse needs, but equally it does not incentivise it. How can thought leadership in the aged care system be incentivised and better respond to diverse needs? It's a big question.
Yeah, and I think it's about, I say, certainly for providers who wish to innovate, they can do that. My view is that they're not overtly encouraged. It goes back a bit to where we started in the description with ECH, that when you're an organisation where all your business, if not the main part of it, is residential aged care, and there's such a focus on that, then it's really difficult to lift your head up potentially and think about some alternatives and think about other things. So I think that there are a range of providers who've been able to do that and who are able to create some space to think differently. But as I say, it's not necessarily encouraged in the way in which we then pick those up and share those across the sector as a whole. And again, I've made reference in the statement to the Better Practice Programme, which is a Commonwealth-funded programme to try and share good practice. And we were a recipient in that recent process for our LGBTI Connect service. But I don't really get any sense of how those things are really lifted and celebrated, and then others are encouraged to adopt. And so I think it's about how you incentivise within a system providers who might be time poor, might be focused on a whole range of other things. How do you encourage them to adopt good practice from elsewhere that's been proven?
Should it be from the bottom up, so led by providers and by their staff and care recipients?
I think that there's a big element of that, and I think there are opportunities that can be used to do that. So, we're in conference season at the moment. I mean, it's the Aged Care Services Australia conference happening now. It's the laser conference at the end of the month. That's an opportunity for the industry to share good practice and to... but you've actually got to get to the conference. And again, if you're focused on the running of the business and that's dominating your time, it's sometimes difficult to step out. And then when you look at things like the accreditation regime, nobody is going to necessarily get a black mark for not innovating compared to other things. So again, it informs how organisations, chief executives, boards spend their time and what they focus on. So there could be more encouragement, more incentive to adopt better practice from elsewhere.
Operator, could you please bring up tender bundle 102? Now, I read in your statement, Mr. Panter, that ECH decided to undertake the Rainbow Tick accreditation?
We did.
Why was that?
Because we wanted to look at a way in which we could genuinely, again, demonstrate to the community that we were real about this and were committed. And so we've done that in other aspects. So, with our work with Aboriginal communities, we have a reconciliation action plan, for example. And so with the LGBTI community, we have the opportunity to look at the Rainbow Tick accreditation, and we decided that it was right for us and would be a good process to go through to challenge us and to actually ensure that we were delivering what we thought we could deliver.
And when... just turning to that document on your screen there for a moment,
Yep.
This is an extract from the My Aged Care website. If you check, operator, could you please turn to the second page? if you click the check boxes under, for example, special needs group and LGBTI, and then search on those terms, it'll display the providers who have indicated that they're LGBTI inclusive in provision of home care packages, for example. What's your view about the ability of providers to indicate that they're LGBTI inclusive?
I mean, I think without some form of accreditation, it's fairly meaningless. I mean, I'm not saying that people don't have good intention and believe, but again, you know, the number of times I've had conversations with fellow chief executives who say, well, why do you bother doing the rainbow tick? Because in my organisation, we treat everybody equally. We treat them all the same. And I have to stop them and say, well, that's the whole point. We're not all the same, and you shouldn't be treating everybody the same. You should be responding to what their needs actually are. And so I think that, you know, there will be people who tick that box, but who come from that school who think, well, we treat everybody the same.
Mm. And when you say treat everyone the same, you mean treat everyone equally without necessarily thinking about structural disadvantage or special needs?
That's right. You know, so it's, and the depth that you go to with the Rainbow Tick accreditation to really look at how your organisation operates, I mean, is significant, even down to, you know, it's very basic things, just like your forms that you complete. You know, if you only have a male and a female box to tick, what does that say about people who are intersex or transgender? If you don't have a box or you don't have a field in your system for somebody to share their sexuality, then what's that saying? You know, so just actually the basic questions that you need to ask, and absolutely people have the right to refuse to respond, but if you don't ask, then that in itself is sending a signal to that person about how welcome you are.
Mm. Mr. Panda, how many other aged care providers in South Australia have achieved the Rainbow Tick accreditation?
None so far.
So ECH is the only provider?
Correct.
And are you aware how many other providers there are in Australia who have Rainbow Tick?
I think on the current listing there are 8 organisations nationally who provide some degree of aged care service. I think there are only 3 on the list, ourselves included, who are aged care exclusive. So I know, for example, like Uniting within New South Wales is a large organisation covering a whole range of service areas, have the Rainbow Tick across all that they do. So there are 5 organisations like that, and then there are 3 which are just aged care specific.
Mm. Should other providers be incentivised to obtain the Rainbow Tick accreditation prior to being able to check the LGBTI inclusive box on My Aged Care?
I think that the simple answer is yes, but equally that can be a long process. I mean, it usually takes about 18 months for an organisation to go through all the steps necessary to get the Rainbow Tick accreditation. So it's a long process. I also think it would be assisted, though, if there was some validation of those boxes through the standard accreditation process. Mm-hmm. So, you know, very simply, using the example I've already given, if your forms of an organisation do not include the ability to ask the right questions, that should be picked up in your standard accreditation, and there should be some commentary on that, not just let it go silent.
Mm. And should that apply to other diverse characteristics as well?
Yes, it should.
Can I ask, when you say incentivised, what do you mean in this context? Incentivised to get a rainbow tick?
I think it's about providing so for me, incentives are both in terms of where there is an explicit incentive, in terms of something is only on offer if you have actually demonstrated. So if you're a residential aged care provider and there are specific residential care places for LGBTI, you absolutely should have to demonstrate that you have done the rainbow tick, so to be able to get to that service. But I think more generally, for me, incentives are about the way in which the routine system works and what is seen as being significant or not. And all too often, issues around diversity in the accreditation process are not taken seriously, don't warrant high enough an issue to give you a not met.
Yeah.
They're almost like sort of, oh, it's nice if you've got them, you don't have to have them. And I just find it fascinating that, you know, for the Rainbow Tick accreditation, we had 2 assessors from QIP for a week in the organisation, interviewing a diagonal slice throughout the organisation from the board to frontline staff. But they also talked to clients, they talked to stakeholders in the community in order to come up with their assessment. And I compare that with the accreditation we had, the last accreditation for our home care packages, where we had, you know, again, 2 assessors, but for 3 days, looking at a whole raft of things. So for me, it's about how this basic system pays due attention to things like diversity and incentivises people.
That's what I thought you meant. Thank you.
Mr. Panther, turning to that definition of special needs in the Aged Care Act, what is your view about its breadth? Is it broad enough? What else should it include? Should it be approached differently?
I think, again, for me, 2 things. One is my critique of the list is that I do have difficulty with it, which I've put in my statement around the move away from what we had prior to the diversity framework and what we now have in the diversity framework, with that broader group of special needs being identified. And I'm not wishing to be disrespectful of the needs of each of those groups, absolutely. But for me, there is a big difference between those groups that have been systematically exposed to discrimination by government and others over many, many years, and whether that's the Aboriginal community, whether it's the, you know, if you're an 80-year-old gay man, you've spent half of your life being illegal or a mental health condition. There's a big difference between those experiences and the other sorts of experiences. I'm not wishing to say one's good or bad, it's just that there's a difference. And the list dilutes some of that importance, some of those groups, by putting it in the larger group. Okay. And for me, if the focus was genuinely on a person-centred approach within that human rights context, then everything else flows, and that's how we would identify whether there were other groups, new needs which were need to be addressed in particular ways.
You mentioned the diversity framework. What is your view about the action plan, actions to support LGBTI elders?
I mean, I think it's a valiant attempt by the subcommittee, and it has all the right things in. But my concern is deliverability, because as far as I can see, there is nothing in there that actually holds the system and providers to account. And there's a lot of discussion in there about evaluation being through having working groups and looking at developing reports and evaluating. But there's nothing in there around data collection. So I don't quite how we're going to analyse the impact if we're not actually collecting any data. You know, and that's a bigger issue outside aged care. You know, there's a big debate running around the 2021 census as to whether or not there's going to be questions in the census around sexuality and gender identity. You know, so if we don't collect data, how do we know who's using our services? How do we know if any of those action plans are having an impact? And therefore, you're left to, in many respects, on people being good consumers, and for a disadvantaged group who lack confidence and in the system, they're not necessarily going to be the people speaking out and raising a concern about their provider.
You mentioned, I understand that you heard the evidence of the diversity panel on Monday?
I read the transcript, yes.
And they gave evidence in relation to the response by advocacy groups to the draft action plan.
Yep.
Did you want to respond to that in your capacity as a member of LASER?
Yeah, I think it's just, just to clarify, I think LASER, as with the other peak bodies, is a membership organisation. LASER doesn't have any sort of control over its members other than who it allows to be a member. And so as a member organisation, it takes on board the views of its members, and with a diverse membership, you get diverse views. And so absolutely, going back to what I was saying earlier on about if you're a provider who is a residential aged care provider and you're already feeling the weight of compliance, then it's easy to see the diversity element as another bit of red tape. So I think that to my mind is part of the reflection on the evidence that was given around what the views were of the peak bodies. I certainly know as a Laser board director that any issue that my organisation has raised with Laser around diversity, they have been 100% supportive of, and they've actually helped spread the news of the work that we're doing around things like LGBTI Connect. So in that sense, they've been positive. But in terms of the feedback on the diversity framework, then it comes from that base of what the membership overall views might be. And at the end of the day, it's where that sits. I think that's the issue that I took out of the evidence from colleagues on Monday, was what weight that plays for the department and government on where they finally end up with in terms of the outcome of that framework. And did their voice weigh heavier than the subcommittee's voice or from other stakeholders who were arguing? Because I don't believe it's sufficient just to say, oh, well, the peak bodies thought there was more red tape to be a reason for not putting in data collection, for example.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Panta. I want to take you to paragraph 21 of your statement. You suggest that an aged care system that responds to diversity would have consumer-directed care from entry to residential care. How important is a consumer-led model of care to good outcomes for residents?
I mean, I think that given that we're on that path to being down a consumer model, we have to do it wholeheartedly or not at all. And because we're creating frustrations for individuals and their families. As I already have indicated, we're too often in a scenario where we've got a good relationship with an individual member of the LGBTI community, but they only have a low-level need through CHSP, and we're completely full, and we cannot provide that service. And so we can only offer it to them by helping them find another provider. And 9 times out of 10, that person then says, oh, I'll wait until you've got availability, I'll go without. They should be able to direct. Similarly, at the residential aged care end, it's no good you having been in a situation where you have had a home care package from us, for example, and you're very happy that your lifestyle, your attitude, your outlook, who you are is being recognised and respected, to then have to think about not just the issues of going to residential aged care, but will I still be me when I get to that residential age? Can I still be me in that facility? Now, on that score, part of our responsibility as a provider with the Rainbow Tick accreditation is we're working with other providers to try and ensure that we've got some pathways locally for people to be able to move into residential if that's their wish, into an environment which will be inclusive. But we can't guarantee that. And so that for me is why I think if we're going to have the consumer-directed model, it has to be across the whole spectrum and cannot just be for one chunk in the middle.
You mentioned, for example, in the first dot point that in that context, an aged care system that responds to diversity will be person-centred and have a human rights-based approach, and you've mentioned a few times today that ECH adopts that approach. What are some features of the existing system that make delivery of a genuine person-centred human rights-based approach difficult? It's a big question.
Yeah, I mean, and it's the old adage of what you measure, produces particular results. And so I think we still, as a sector and as a system, in the early days of trying to really understand what being person-centred is actually about. It's too easy to say that without actually going through the real challenges that actually delivering that might mean. And I'll use an example around home care to illustrate the point. It's sort of, when we go into somebody's home, we can spot, it sounds trivial, but we can spot that somebody, that there's a rug on somebody's floor that's a potential trip hazard. Our job is to highlight that and point that out. We have no powers to nail the rug down or to take it out of the house. That is the individual's right to live with the risk of having that rug, because for them, the beauty of that rug, what it means to them, they far outweigh the fact that it could trip them up and create a fall and they break their hip. That is their choice. That's their decision. When you take that same approach and apply it to health interventions, You know, absolutely. We can say to somebody, you're not very good at taking insulin for your diabetes. Perhaps you need to think about something else. And I've heard this is a real example of somebody who was told that they should go to residential aged care because they weren't taking their insulin. And thankfully, they had a supportive family who said, well, actually, Dad's not taken his insulin regularly for the last 70 years of his 90-year life. He'd rather live with the risk, and we're happy that he lives with the risk of that still and stay in his own home and not go to residential aged care. And for me, those are the sorts of real, it's where the sort of rubber hits the road with person-centred care. It's when the system enables that person to genuinely take risk and to make decisions, doesn't infantilise them, and that we have an accreditation system that also respects that and therefore doesn't penalise if you genuinely are responding to what that person is saying they need and what they want to do.
Are there elements of the design of the system in the UK which, based on your experience, may be useful to consider by way of improvement here?
I think one of the biggest changes in the UK that was starting to come in when I was still working within the UK and have followed since, is the more general point about if you're going to have an aged care system that responds more to more holistically to somebody's needs and that person-centred approach, you also need to be radical in the way in which the system is structured and the way in which funding, particularly government funding, is organised to support that. Because certainly, so there are some examples in different sectors and in different geographic areas in the UK that have enabled organisations to bring together different streams of government funding and other services into a single pool. So before I left Brighton and Hove City Council, we were a pilot in the area of child health services and improving child health. And we created a children's trust, which brought together all the historic education funding, because in the UK, local government runs the schools. So I had 79 schools, so all their funding, the National Health Service spend on childcare within the city, as well as, and that included general practice spend, as well as child protection, were all pooled for us to be able to bring that same resource to get better improvement in the outcomes for young people. To my mind, that's the sort of innovation we need around aged care, because I see too many times people essentially ending up in residential aged care when they didn't wish to, or earlier than they thought they would need to, because of the silos of the current system. And so be that the way in which the GPs work. So it is ludicrous, to my mind, that somebody can end up in residential aged care simply because they've not had a medication review done in many years. And we have seen that, where somebody, because of the drugs that they've been on repeat prescriptions for many years, are interacting. That's what causes their leg to swell up. That's what causes them to become immobile. That's what causes them to end up in hospital. Then they get the hospital-acquired infection, and then before you know it, they're in residential aged care. All because a medication review wasn't done in a timely way. And we've really struggled in trying to get sometimes GPs to do those medication reviews. There's an opportunity to get pharmacists to do it, but they've got restrictions on how many they can do. That's what led us to make the decision to employ a GP, so that we can just provide that service to the person, because that was the problem. Now, I've used that to illustrate that for me, a system, if it's genuinely looking at getting the best outcomes for older people, to have the best life possible as they age and to end their life with dignity and respect, we need to look at how we can pool the resources from across different parts of government. And I appreciate that's complex because it's not just Commonwealth, but it's state as well when you look at hospital funds. But we've got to be able to do that, I think, in order to get a genuine person-centred approach.
When you talk about pooling funds and the model you mentioned in the UK, where you established a trust and pooled funds to support the work you're doing in children's health, is there a limit in our system as it stands at the moment because of consumer-directed care allocating funds in a particular way?
I don't think that necessarily that is a block to that. I think it creates another challenge. But again, the person-centred should be consumer-friendly. So you should still be able to offer choice, but it's about how is that because at the moment, the funding is coming through different streams. in terms of, again, we had a debate the other day with a public hospital provider because they told us that the person we were providing services to on a level 4 package in their home who was dying was ineligible for state-funded palliative care because they were on a home care package. That is not correct. So it's more about how you pool the resources together. You still have consumer choice as part of that, but it's about how the services are commissioned, if you like, in order. And it is interesting. It gives you a sense of the pace in which some of these things are being looked at elsewhere. I was approached the other day about a possible position in the UK, which actually was creating an organisation to do that commissioning for a population of 2 million across essentially the equivalent of 6 primary health networks that we have here and 2 state boundaries. And it looked like a very interesting job to be able to combine all the resources around social care and aged care for that population to be able to deliver much better outcomes. And I would, that's the sort of innovation I'd like to see here, is just even the opportunity to pilot in 1 or 2 areas, geographic areas, the pooling together of resources to be able to get a different outcome, not just for the individual older person and their family, but also at the end of the day for us all as taxpayers. Because also I think there's a huge amount of waste in the current siloed approach in the way in which resources are used.
So when we talk about pooling resources, does that stand in contrast to a market-driven model?
No, because I think it's about being clear about the difference between the commissioning, how you make the services available, and then how the services are actually operated. So I think that they're not incompatible. It's about how the funding works. At the moment, we've got funding from the Commonwealth for home care packages isn't restricting the market necessarily in terms of how that is utilised. It's simply a question of saying that these are the funds through primary care, through hospital care, through aged care that currently get spent for older people in a particular area. By pulling that all together, are we able to use that differently, enable it to go further, create more opportunities, provide better care and better services?
Thank you, Commissioners. That concludes my examination.
And in relation to the funding that ECH had, that came, did it, from the sale that took place in 2014, is that?
That's correct, yes.
But some of that seemed to have been to substitute some property for other property. Did I misread your statement? So, if I've understood it correctly, by 2014, ECH was the largest provider, having had a number of facilities. Some facilities were sold, but you've acquired other units.
No, so we've always had our housing units.
Yeah.
And we sold our residential care facilities, and what we've done since then is build more housing units, utilising some of those funds, to increase the range of housing that we can offer to people.
And was that decision made at a time when you were involved with ECH or not?
So the decision to change was made prior to my arrival, and then the board decided, having reached that decision, having enacted that decision, it was then, right, now we really need to think about how we're going to go forward, what our strategic plan is. We need new leadership to take us on that next step, and that's when I was recruited with that mandate to transform the organisation and take it on the next step of its journey.
I realise that you started in the role in March 2015.
Yeah.
I was wondering, though, whether you'd been involved, whether part of the decision about in 2014 had been, as it were, with you, and the word I use was involved. They say, were you on the horizon at that stage? Did they know about you? Or were you simply the next step of a process that the board had started?
I was the next step, yes. I'd had no involvement with ECH prior to that.
And ECH stands for what?
Enabling confidence at home. When we were created in 1964, it was elderly citizens' homes, because it was about providing homes to elderly citizens.
Same letters.
Same letters. And when we looked at rebranding, to use the market jargon, ECH had such value, people recognised it. But when you said elderly citizens' homes, because people would say, what does ECH stand for? You say elderly citizens' homes, and people's face would drop, because by 2015, homes was associated with nursing homes, residential care homes, not people's actual homes. And we were going to be spending some money on looking at rebranding. And again, it's an interesting way in which we operate at ECH, that it was actually a frontline member of staff who emailed me one day to say, look, David, I know the board is looking at a new name for the organisation, but every time you're out and about talking to us, you tell us that part of our job is to enable people to have confidence at home. So why can't enabling confidence at home be the new meaning of ECH? And so we said, absolutely, well done, thanks very much. We'll save squillions on marketeers. And we adopted the name at that point.
Presumably the actual registration of the corporation is ECH rather than the full name? Or,
yes,
so
ECH Incorporated.
So it doesn't really matter. And I see that you created it as a not-for-profit. I assume that that's meant as a technical description. It's not a charity. It's a not-for-profit rather than a charity.
That's correct, yes. So we're not-for-profit, and in fact I increasingly use the term we're profit for purpose, because we do need to recover the costs of what we provide. It's what we do with any profit in terms of how we reinvest that back in expanding and developing our services.
And as part of the funding, I mean, all these questions really prompted in part by what happened, the beginning of your evidence, and partly by the last question was asked. But is part of the funding model connected with a charitable arm of ECH? Does it have an entity which is able to attract tax-deductible funding?
It does. And what we've found, though, is that, again, with moving away from residential aged care, we were historically benefactor to legacies, etc. And that stopped entirely. And so we've had to rethink that charitable arm and our fundraising arm in the context of what we now do, because it's not seen in the same way. It's likewise, we lost all our volunteers, for example, when we moved away from residential aged care. We've now got over 150 volunteers, but they're doing very different things, because they're actually going into people's homes, they're organising some of that social connection activity, they're undertaking those sorts of things rather than going into an institution. So, and it's the same with the giving, that we've, through some of our key suppliers, we've been able to generate some funds for specific activities and events, but the general notion of sort of what we were used to in terms of legacies just don't flow through in the same way around home care as they used to in residential aged care.
And although this has not really been part of the focus, are those details available on the public record, or would that need to be a different inquiry?
Which details?
The details about the funding and the mix between charitable donations and not-for-profit status and...
they're available on public record in terms of our annual accounts and those sorts of mechanisms.
They're published in the annual accounts.
That's right, in the annual reports, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Nothing arising. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Panther. Thank you for giving that information. I think we've found it very interesting.
Thank you.
And helpful.
If the witness may be excused, please, Commissioner.
The witness may be excused. It was you I was looking at. It's only 3:10.
Yes.
Yes. What are you going to do next?
We're going to adjourn for the day until 9:15 tomorrow, Commissioner. Please.
Yes, all right. We'll adjourn until 9:15 tomorrow.
All stand. The Royal Commission now adjourns to 11 of October at 9:15.